Okay, so if I could stop coughing for a second. Last time we played, you were all still in Magnamar at the beginning, where you had spent some time going over the letters that you had. Um, they had mentioned places like Turtleback Ferry, Fort Rannick, and it mentioned as well about potentially murdering the Lord Mayor of Magnamar. Um, you got some loot and some swag. You made your way away from the clock tower and found some rest for the evening. Leaving the next day, you went to talk with the Lord Mayor, and in the process, you ran into Shalelu, a elven ranger that you had met previously in Sandpoint. Gogmer has some passing familiarity with the whole she kills goblins expertly. But managed to convince him not to kill her during this mission. We'll see how that plays out.
And we convinced the mayor it was in his interest that our mission succeed.
Indeed. And apparently he already had some railroady excuse to send you up to Turtleback Ferry and Fort Rannick anyway.
Hark, no, and we had our tickets punched already and everything.
I know. But yeah, you left on your travels. You made a stop by Sandpoint to restock some supplies, as well as Gogmert took Emmanuel, otherwise known as his servant, as the goblins know him as now. Made sure that they were doing what Gogmert wanted and making sure that they knew that Gogmert's the big boss man. You set off, almost immediately stopped by a powerful a rainstorm, wind blowing quite severely. And then from there, I believe you had traveled. You met with a traveling bard and his son who spoke of Turtleback Ferry, as well as a floating gambling ship that he got a tattoo on to go into the special locations of it. Showed it to you. You recognize the 7-pointed star of ancient Aslan. And then I'm trying to think of anything else. Wyverns as you were traveling through your time.
Also, before we went to Sandpoint, we did stop by Foxglove Manor and removed the lich mold.
That's right. You did manage to purify Foxglove Manor, and technically you are the title holders of said manor. So do with that as you will.
Post-campaign, gonna be the most amazing tavern ever. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. We're probably going to have a discussion on how we could get that floating room into the basement of the tavern.
Listen, I come from fantasy America, and if it's one thing that we know is that if you throw enough coins at it, the problem goes away.
Exactly. Quick, learn wish, or lesser wish, or partial wish.
Well, I mean, in theory, depending on what the spell in that, what the artificial gravity in that room is tethered to, we could just shrink the room. Mm-hmm. Shrink item. Turns shit very small.
We shall do this.
But then only little people could go in
it. Anyway.
Yeah, that's why it's the Goblin Tavern.
So the question of this week is a fun one. If your character had been granted a single use of the wish spell, what would they wish for?
I mean, I think we just covered that with the small room.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a cliche wizard answer, but, endless library full of arcane knowledge and normal knowledge. Never know when that normal knowledge will come in handy.
Mm-hmm. Always helpful for having endless knowledge of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I feel like Lucilla's interests are always focused on what's over the next hill. So at this moment in time, her wish would be to get these guys to go to that fae-filled forest with her.
Come on. They'll probably just steal your firstborn.
Unless they assume that you're just never going to have kids, and then they'll probably want something else.
Mm-hmm.
They're tricksy like that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Steal all the memories of sneezes.
Like, hey, you're ugly. You're probably never going to have a firstborn. Let's make a different deal.
Okay, well, just how's that supposed to make me feel?
I didn't say it was a polite thing.
Yeah. I got that joke from a Wes Anderson movie where someone calls him like an ugly bastard, and he just goes like, well, how's that supposed to make me feel?
Fixes would probably be that none of that bad stuff happened to Nualia.
Nice, making life decisions for someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Paladin.
Mm-hmm.
At least she wasn't trying to impose or invade her free will. Just change the past is all.
Isn't that basically the same thing, though?
Hey, now,
Well,
we're not
with
trying to get
extra
into a
steps.
philosophical argument now.
Richard, can you repeat the question? It was, what would...
Well, if your character was granted a single use of a wish, what would your character wish for?
Like any wish or like wish spell?
Either one, whichever one you want to answer as. If it's just like a genie popped up and gave you literally just a wish without any monkey paws business.
He would multiply the population of the Thistletop goblins by 100.
Jesus.
No.
Well, it
I
seems
mean,
like
that's-
I was gonna say it seems like Gogmer has some plans when he retires from adventuring that he's gonna have to implement.
And that's a monkey paw in and of itself. 100 times more goblins means 100 times more challenges to your throne.
That's an easy monkey paws wish for a genie, by the way. He's like, "What's your wish? I want 100 times more goblins." Well, shit, I was gonna do something twisting, but I think this will just kind of work itself out. So,
You know what? No ill effects for you
yeah.
that I'm gonna give.
Here's your wish.
Be careful.
Look,
what
we
you
all
wish
know
for.
goblins
Really?
CR, okay? None of them are ever going to beat me as I am now anyways.
Just turn into a giant gorilla and start going ape shit.
Okay.
And if they do, then it will
Serious.
be a goblin who rose above their station and got some character levels. And you know what? Isn't that what Goblin Society is all about?
Yeah, what's even more amusing is, from a PC standpoint, you just get to play the character that overthrew your previous one.
And last up is Emmanuel.
He would wish to be known as a hero throughout the lands. Many tales of his greatness and leading armies and grandeur. But he
I
don't
wrote
want to
down
actually have to
perfect
do
use.
any of that. He just wants to be known for it all.
Okay, so I think I know how to monkey palm most of these wishes. Emmanuel will have a fraudulent reputation that will get found out that he's a fake. Gogmert would just be okay. His wish would just be straight granted. Rish would have a library of infinite knowledge, but it's infinitely large, and she'll get lost in it and unable to escape. And Nualia will make different choices, like Fix said, but they will be worse.
I was gonna say instead for the Reach one, she has an infinite library, but then her glasses break the first time she steps in it.
Right?
It was time now.
Yes, I believe. Speaking of time, it is time to do some wyverns.
Always get a low initiative. That's just my life.
Yes.
Yeah, 21. The not dragons get the first go.
Initiative. Go.
I split the initiatives for the wyverns because otherwise you guys are just gonna destroy them. So up first is that one. Let's see their speed. Okay, so this one is going to fly down. Well, probably not there because that's a tree. Wants to be in range of you.
Wouldn't that provoke from Juan?
Juan has not acted an initiative yet, so he cannot use reactions.
Okay.
And let's see.
Wow, actual Pathfinder rules. What just happened?
10 feet off the ground is going to try to bite you. 25 to hit. That's a manual.
He's going to use... He can't use a reaction, can he?
Nope.
Yes, that does hit.
And then he's going to try to grab you, so that'll be this plus 4.
Does Stone Shield as an immediate action...
It takes a reaction, I believe, to use it.
It says casting time 1 immediate action.
Let's bring it up.
Yeah, it's like Feather Fall, and it's a reaction, but I don't know if you can use it while flat-footed.
Yeah.
That's more the question.
Immediate actions. Much like a swift, an immediate action consumes a very small amount of time. Can be performed at any time, even if it's not your turn. You cannot use an immediate action if you are flat-footed, which you are right now.
There's the answer. Then yes, definitely hits.
So otherwise, yeah, it doesn't take a reaction, I guess. Good to know. Anyway, that would be a 27 against your CMD to grab you.
Grabbed.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so
Tables are
you
turned now.
grappled.
Don't worry, his turn's next, which means the snake will grab the grab.
Right. And then Emmanuel's just in a big old cuddle pile of cold-blooded figures.
Mm-hmm.
The grabber becomes the grabbee and the grabbist.
Well then, Emmanuel, it is your turn. You are currently grappled.
As a swift action, he is going to use his Wanderer's Fortune feat to gain the benefit of freedom of movement for 1 round.
So you're no longer grappled.
So he is no longer grappled. And he is going to withdraw to right over here. And then Juan is gonna bite. And Juan is going to bite.
Give it a second. There we go. 19 will miss.
Alright.
Damn.
Yeah, so as you like some kind of magical energy emanates from you and you're able to slip out of its bite. Juan goes to try to bite it and it like bites it at its neck, but its Juan's teeth just can't get quite into the skin to pierce the flesh. And
One
that's
bite
your
harder.
turn. Also, moving away, doesn't that provoke or does freedom of movement prevent?
Withdraw, I thought.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I used the withdrawal action.
I thought for the freedom of movement was your action to do, so
it was a swift.
gotcha.
With his
I misheard
feet.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is Emmanuel's turn. Brings us to Rish.
Well, I've got this fancy new poking stick, so might as well try to use it, even though out of character, missing on a 19 makes me pretty certain I'll miss anyway. Yes!
Especially with that.
Yes, indeed.
No,
as
Reese, you try and hit them with the end of it.
You reach out to try to stab at it, but you try to stab in between its legs, and it's just you don't get quite enough distance with how high it is. But next up is Gogmert.
Okay, Richard. How realistic is it that I turn into a giant eagle and then we do the mounting the druid again?
I mean, depending on who you want to have mount the druid, I'll allow it. It might be a difficult check on a little bit more difficult check on riding, just because you don't have a saddle or anything. But
we should come up with a name for that. We should come up with a name for that maneuver.
Gog mount.
Goblin
Gog
gallop.
mount. Initiate the Gog mount. So yeah, that's what Gogmert yells as he turns into a giant eagle.
Okay, and I think that's a large creature, correct?
Yes, that is a
And you should be able to right-click and multi-side your... There we go.
I have an idea for a name for that maneuver, but it's a reference to the video game Brutal Legend, and I say it, and you guys will take it as something dirty, so I'll stop.
And are you staying put there, Gogmer?
Yeah, I will see if Fixa will want to do that, I guess, because that's who did it last time.
Gotcha. Fixa.
So does that mean he's turned into a goggle or an emert?
I mean, either one sounds good.
I mean, if there's invitation to ride a flying creature large enough to carry her, she's going for it. So yeah, she'll. If you don't mind, climb up and get
The
ready
difference
to do
is she now treats you like you're a pet. She's
I'll
To
like,
be
go
fair,
for
she's
it.
very fond of her horse. So
So you just kind of hear off of your shoulder, like, I feel somehow offended.
if only you were bigger, this could be you.
I somehow feel worse now.
She said.
Okay. Doing anything else for your action after you use movement to get on Gogmer?
Already attack if something comes in range.
Gotcha.
Actually, and I think I'll go ahead and smite this one, just for
Got
good
it.
measure.
This one is going to go for Lucilla.
Of course. As is
It
tradition.
is going to also bite at you.
Let's see. Still flat-footed?
Yep.
Yeah, that absolutely hits.
Okay, and the grapple, that'll be a +4 to that, so 19 against your CMD.
Okay, hold on. Let me just subtract that damage. My CMD is actually not terrible, so let me look.
There's also a flat-footed CMD, I believe.
You know, if we assume dragons are related to...
It's an 18, you said?
19.
19, yeah, that hits. Just 2
Okay, so it grabs you, and during its flyby attack, it's going to get to here 10 feet off the ground with you in tow.
Okay.
What are these? These are drakes, right?
Wyverns.
Wyverns. We assume
I mean,
that
your characters, I guess, wouldn't know 100%. But...
Yeah, but something like that. Drakes or wyverns or something like that. Drakes don't have wings, that's right. Right? I think.
And then that'll be its turn. Lucilla, you were grappled and lifted up off the ground.
Yeah, I can't find the grappled icon right now, so let me look at my options.
It's like scroll. You have to scroll down past.
Yeah,
the,
I'm sure it
colored
is,
ones.
but it's my turn, and me doing something's more important than looking
I
for
just
the
threw it on there.
icon. Oh, thank you. Let's look at my bag of tricks here. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Tab real quick. You said I'm 10 feet off the ground?
Yes.
Let's see. 20-foot radius. Okay. Cool. I am going to reach into my pouch and I am going to pull out a fungal stun vial, which if I can, I'm just gonna. It does no damage, but I'm just gonna smash it on the claw that is holding me. I can do the touch attack if you'd like, but I feel like we're in contact. It's up to you.
Go ahead. And you're trying to basically smash it. You're in its mouth right now, so you're trying to smash it against its head while it's jostling you.
Mhm.
Go ahead and give me the touch attack.
Okay. I will just use. It says holy water, but that's just my general one. I am going to re-roll that because if
I
it
was going
had,
to say you can't possibly miss without a natural one. So.
yeah, if it hadn't been a natural one, there we go.
Yeah, so that will hit.
Okay, so now, according to the fungal stun vial, everyone within 30 feet, technically, but we are 10 feet in the air, will have to do a DC 20 will save. Those within the first 10 feet, so this will just be me and the wyvern. If we fail, we are stunned for 1d2 rounds. Everyone else who's 20 feet beyond that, so everyone else, if they fail, they'll be confused for 1 round.
Got it. So you said that's a fortitude save?
Will save.
Will save.
Yeah, if it was a fortitude save, it would be far less likely to work.
Well, the wyvern has failed.
Yeah, so it is stunned for 1d2 rounds. I believe you are as well.
Yeah, just 1 shy, unfortunately.
And then Emmanuel needs to make one as well. I think I'll say Gogmer is out of range.
because we're 10 feet in the air, so Emmanuel will not be stunned.
No, he just might get confused.
Yeah.
And he's confused.
Which technically could be worse.
Technically, it could be very worse.
Okay.
All right. So
I can't remember. Do stunned creatures fall out of the air in this?
I believe so. Yes.
Let's
I mean, you can
maybe.
check, but I'm gonna roll for. I'll say this first 1d2 is for it, and then I'll roll my 1d2.
Drops everything it's held, can't take actions.
It doesn't say it drops, so I will say it's still somehow flying, like it's like staggered and like kind of wobbling, but it does drop you onto the ground.
Yeah, because drops everything it's held. So I am stunned for 2 rounds, unfortunately.
And you take
But-
6 points of falling damage.
Yeah, that's fine. It was a.
I wouldn't
panic
give you
maneuver.
damage for that low of a fall except for your stun. So
Yep.
so
He
you're
does
stunned for 2
lose,
rounds, and Emmanuel was confused for 2 rounds.
No, just for the 1.
Does lose Dex to AC. And a -2 on top of that. So I'd actually be able to hit that one.
Yeah, if I can, right before I smash it, I just scream, "Shoot this one!" and then just flashbang as I plummet. I'm just gonna assume I'm prone.
Yeah, you're prone from falling like that. Yeah, you're no longer grappled, which is good news because you're a nice, tasty little lunch.
Oh yeah, that's what I figured.
This one is going to full attack Juan.
Yeah, not the biggest threat.
Well, you got a natural one. I had assumed
I
you
know.
noticed that you attacked it, but Juan actually came pretty close. So it's going to be 4 attacks on Juan. And is his AC actually 25 right now, or is it still 20?
It is 25 right now because he's got 2 extra natural armor from his earth animal focus.
Gotcha. I always have to check when it shows over the maximum. So
Yeah.
17 will miss. 14 will miss. 19 and 17 will both miss. And it is going to make a fly check to 5 foot.
Not the 5-foot flap.
5 foot flap. So it is now over this tree. Actually, no, it's just going to fly straight up, so it's 15 feet off the ground. And then it is Emmanuel's turn. Roll it. I think it's a D100.
With results on the quarters.
71. Deal 1d8 points of damage plus strength modifier to self.
Wake up!
And it says you do it with what's in hand, so I imagine your bow.
He just hits himself in the head.
Whacks himself in the head with the bow.
So 2 points of damage.
Could have been worse.
Yeah, and then it's over. So that's not too bad.
So I would argue he had yelled "bite harder" to Juan, and the thing just attacked him. Would Juan retaliate?
Probably.
Yeah. Let him have a bite at it.
He's an animal. Something attacks him, and it's not actually scaring him, I imagine. Well, that'll crit confirm.
Mm-hmm.
And
What about CMD?
CMD will grapple him. So let me see. That's 28 points of damage plus another 14 from the grapple. Oof. Yeah, that wyvern's not having fun. Now I believe it's Risha's turn.
Well, with one handily munching on that one, suppose that I will do the silly metamagic tricks on the other one and upcast. If any of those knock it out of the sky.
Okay, so trip attempts. The last 2 would hit the CMD, so it is now prone on the ground.
Yep, because it's denied its dex as well because it's stunned.
So it's a total of 16 damage as well. The Gog Mount hasn't even had time to get off the ground.
There is one though that is above attack range of the creatures. Actually, that's the question. What is Juan's reach? Because he's 15 feet off the ground right now.
Mhm.
Oh,
I
I don't know if he actually has reach.
If it's either 5 or 10 feet.
If it's 10
I don't-
feet, it's fine. But if it's only 5 feet, I don't think he could
It's
quite.
usually quadrupeds have a 5 and bipeds have a 10 when they're large, but there's some exceptions.
Yeah, let me check constrictor.
I know I have a 5-foot reach with my eagle. So.
Yeah. Snakes get
I'm thinking it's probably 5 feet.
Just what's type of animal companion do you have?
Constrictor.
What is it called?
Constrictor snake.
already out
Yeah,
the
the real
page.
constrictor snake, it looks like only has a 5-foot reach. So
Yeah.
he only
Okay.
has.
So yeah, he is not grappled then, and he didn't get hit from that.
Okay. So no one can hit this one over here, right? And this one, did Emmanuel attack this one last time?
No, he was confused, but Reese did his magic missile trick, and it is now on the ground.
That one is this one is on the ground.
Yes.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
this one
That's
is 15 feet off the ground.
First things first is the animal companions are
Yeah.
going to
Would have fallen 10 feet too, wouldn't it?
So you roll that damage, or you can either way.
Yeah. 5 more. It's like another missile.
Every little bit helps.
Oh yeah.
So this is going to be a charge from Tangletooth. And they do have separate stats now, so I ran out of that trick. So it will be it's a charging is a +2, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this +2,
Oh yeah.
then he will get a trip attempt.
I mean, it's
By the way,
probably-
keep in mind if you ever want to, your animal companions also can power attack.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter right now, but
I don't know if the trip attempt's necessary.
yeah, the trip's not
I
necessary.
don't know if it was already on the ground or if it was standing
Yeah.
up. But
It was prone.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry, I just had to
well-
put the icon on it.
Prone and stunned, so
Well,
it's a soft target.
And can Scrimshaw charge through me, or will it have to maneuver?
Hey, look, you can charge through you. You're fine.
Okay, then it will charge there. Scrimshaw will let his attack go.
I think it's technically against the rules to charge through allies, but I'm fine with it. It's not. A
I
big
know
deal.
there's a feat to charge through. It's like a fighting style, I think, to charge through. It might be allies, might be enemies. I don't know which one it is.
I know
feel
that
like
if you're charging through allies, I'm like your party would know to move out of the way.
Yeah, I feel like there's some like environmental modifiers, like if
Yeah.
you're in like a really narrow tunnel or hallway or something. But he's literally like a big wingspan eagle
That
with
hits,
only
by the
2
way.
feet touching the ground.
The 17 hit.
Yes, because
Okay.
of the prone condition as well as
Then it takes the 5 damage and the 8 damage from each of those attacks. And so that one's on the ground, so I'm not going to bother with it right now. I'm going to get the one that we can't hit, because that seems wise.
Works for me.
Okay. I fly 15 feet up, so I'll add the blue dot with 3.
Now, curiosity, not sure how the action economy works because I ready to attack for when an enemy came in range.
I'll allow you to attack it. Just
Okay.
remember that's not the one you smited.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, as soon as Gogmer flies into the range of it, you can take a swipe.
All right.
And so that's 15, 20. You can move back over if you want to fix that.
Yep.
And then I think technically your attack would resolve first because it was ready, so if you want to roll that.
I just did. Got a 25 for 10 damage.
Yep, that will hit it.
And then
And if
Gogmer
I had said I had missed, I think you would lose your mind.
Right.
with a claw.
That hit. 11 points of damage.
And it is just one claw, right? Because I moved. I
Yeah,
was
because you moved.
Yeah, it's 2 separate attacks, but because they have the same stats, I just put them together.
Okay.
If we assume that wyverns are close to dinosaurs in their genealogy, then we're not actually that far apart genetically.
So what we're gonna do, Affixus, since Gogmert's technically saddleless and not trained for mounted combat, I just want you to basically roll me an animal handling check to know how to be on Gogmert, because otherwise it's a difference between you're going to be able to use your move action to stabilize yourself and get one attack or get a full attack. And yeah, that's fine.
Hey.
You can still get your full attack.
All right.
That's just how I'm handling it. I'm not sure the exact ruling for riding a druid.
Yeah. Now, I imagine 2-weapon fighting would probably be a little tricky, though.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll stick with my scimitar.
If you have the ride skill, you can
shit.
direct a mount with your knees and use both hands.
Yeah, but she's not directing Gogmert though.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah,
in a
this is
saddle.
more
Also, I probably should have had
holding
your
on.
user ride check, but I honestly forgot that was a skill in Pathfinder. It doesn't come up that often.
Mm.
So that's my B, but I'll ever use that next time.
So
Anyway, that's probably a confirmed crit.
Yeah, that's definitely a confirmed crit. So just scimitar up / against the thing. Red blood just covering its blue scales. Unfortunately, the unnatural one does not.
yeah.
And it is stunned Wyvern's turn. Oh, it is stunned. Lucilla is stunned.
Yep.
And this is the first round of stuns, correct?
Yep. Still one more.
This Wyvern's turn. It has another bigger target that had issues, so it's going to attack Gogmert for full attack. So
please kill this one next to me before it comes out of stun just before me.
2, which will hit.
So you'll take 9 points of damage, and I need you to make me a
Fortitude.
yes.
Got it. I'm shouldn't be too bad at that, right? It is my worst save.
Just make it.
All
So
right.
you're not inflicted with the poison. And then it does have 2 more attacks for you. Bite for another 9 points of damage. It is not going to try to grab you. And then 2 wings. Well, I think
Those
we'll
both
miss.
miss.
Yep, there's a flurry of attacks, and then it is going to make a fly check to see if it can 5 foot. It will be able to. It is going to go here. Emmanuel, you were no longer confused.
Excellent. He is going to take a shot at this one that's still in the air.
Hit and hit.
Why did it shoot twice?
Because you have multi-attack?
Well, I was going to use my move action.
Okay, so
Just
first one.
first.
And he will use his move action to give +2 to attack to the eagle. And then also +2 AC to the eagle. And then command 1 to attack this one down here.
+4 to hit because it's prone. That will hit. That will constrict.
All right.
That one's looking broken up a little bit.
And 1 attacked using Broken Wing Gambit.
Gotcha.
Welcome for stunning it, everybody.
He's just not going to see her like, you're welcome.
Yeah.
As she's having a seizure.
No. I just can't see right now, and there's a ringing in my ears. So it's like that reoccurring joke about tinnitus from Archer. I'm just going meh, meh.
Well,
Whew. I don't think it confirms, though.
it does not confirm, but still does take 9 points of damage.
It's a
It does have-
shame.
I was gonna say it
Yeah.
does have other features if you wish to use them.
Yeah, doesn't it do something?
Yeah, but
If
it's
you
once
wish.
per day, and we're kind of handing these things their asses.
Yeah, but are we going to probably be fighting anything else today?
You want to make a wyvern overcome with sadness?
All it does is make them depressed for a few rounds.
What the best way to kill someone?
As it's wrapped up in the
Because
jaws
at
of
that
a
point,
snake.
it wants to die.
Yeah. It's not murder, it's mercy.
Gogmert, you're up.
All right. Do you have to make a fly check to move 5 feet?
Yes.
Yes,
In the
it
air,
has a
if you want to
5-foot
do a
step.
5-foot step. You also have to make a fly check if you want to stay put and do a full attack as well.
Although I think I read somewhere that you could take a 5-foot step with any speed you have. So if you had a climb speed, you could theoretically take a 5-foot step with that, and so forth.
It says that the fly. I was looking at the fly skill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now.
It says that if you have a reliable means of flying, you still have to make the fly maneuvers check. So like hovering is a DC 15.
Yeah.
Moving less than half your speed and remain flying is a 10, but you get a bonus to the flying depending on what you are.
Yeah.
I'm kind of ignoring the turning 180 degrees.
Yeah, it's
or
yeah.
stuff.
annoying.
It's mostly just doing a 5-foot or hovering.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
had a perfect fly speed, you probably would
Yeah,
have to roll.
that would make sense.
But yeah, it's gonna just be a DC 15, so it's not like super hard.
Mhm.
But
All right. Did not put points into fly. Probably an oversight. Here we go.
I guarantee you will next
so it
level.
will take your movement to get to it.
Okay. So moving here.
I mean,
Yeah.
plus with your dex being high enough, it's very easy to rectify that next level up anyway. So
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you did just start turning into an eagle.
Yeah, it said that you can't put points into fly until you have a reliable way to fly.
That will miss. But Fix It Wiz is still with you.
There's a +2 to your attack, Gogmert.
Oh yeah, so that would actually be.
So that will hit.
I forgot about that, but I did have the AC, so my AC is updated to be a 22.
Gotcha. Yep, you claw into it as now Fix It comes.
Oh wait,
Like
I still got attacks for the animals.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. Okay, there's so much animals here.
Yeah, it's all right. I just didn't want us to move on before I did.
No, you're good.
Just gonna be bite, claw.
+4.
They get 2 claws, I believe, don't they?
Probably.
Usually, yes.
Yep.
I mean,
But that
which one was that? That was Scrimshaw.
It doesn't matter either way. Scrimshaw destroys this one. Just rips out its jugular and claws it open for good measure.
The good cats. Yeah. Fix that.
Going for it. Do you want ride or handle animal?
Ride. I forgot that was a skill. Okay, you're fine.
Okay.
I'm not making it a super high DC, but
Probably be a lot higher if I was trying to do 2-weapon fighting.
oh yeah. But you're holding on. You're just swinging a sword. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's only
First
like
one
a
will
15.
On this sheet, if you click on the numbers on the attack bit instead of the attack name, it'll only roll 1.
Wait, what was that?
If you see where it says plus number, and
Yeah.
on you guys it'll be /number.
Oh, I see. That's
Yeah.
cool.
If you just click on one of the numbers, it'll only roll that one.
Oh, neat.
And then you just have to roll damage separately that way, though.
Yeah.
But you know.
But you can click on damage to roll that. So.
But these are both scimitar attacks, so it's not 2-weapon
Good.
fighting.
Mhm.
Yeah, that one's looking pretty hurt. Lucilla, you're stunned still.
And I come out of it at the end of this turn.
Yep.
I just look at the shattered remains of that one raven. Oh, good, that worked.
Okay, this one. Its mate is dead. It is almost dead. It is going to withdraw and flee. 40. It'd be like right here. Emmanuel, you do still have line of sight on it, and you have a longbow or equivalent of.
Yep, gonna take a shot.
Take 2 shots. Why not?
Yeah, take 2 shots. Try and bring it down.
Yeah, then call me in the morning.
Oof. That
Um,
doesn't confirm.
No.
doesn't confirm, but all you need is the one as the arrow just flies through and just hits it right in the back of the head, and it just crashes into some bushes and trees.
Well, 1 bird down. Juan, finish the job, and he will maintain.
Dude, it's dead.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Look, it
Juan-
was a close call when it tried to grab him. He's a little shaken up.
Right. No mercy.
Juan is now eating that wyvern.
So let's see what we can get off the carcass, yes? And survivals.
Woo, go team.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me in survival, see what you can get.
Woo.
Oh my
Well,
god. You
What
built
are
a
you
purse.
trying to get?
Mostly
Maybe
meat, but and the leather will probably sell well.
Rish has hauled it out and turned it into a hang glider.
I guess unless we go somewhere that I need to return to my form, I'll keep going as this until, because I only have 1 use because of my because of why do I only have 1 use? Yeah, because of my
Because you're
archetype.
multi-classing, I think. Because it doesn't actually change how many you have. I thought it just
No, it's because
you get
the
it later.
Beastmaster Druid changes not the effects you get for each level, but how many times you can wild shape each level.
Got
So
it.
at this point, I believe I only have once. Let me check that really
I
quick.
think it still lasts for like 16 hours for each shape.
Yep.
I thought it was like 2 hours per level or something.
What level are we? We're
Level 8
Oh yeah, but I put my last level in
rogue. Okay,
rogue, so yeah, I still only have 1 wild shape.
so like 12 hours, so half a day still.
Mm-hmm. So I'll remain in eagle form unless I need to change.
No worries. So yeah, you're able to, with both wyverns and a natural 20, probably a good like 50 rations worth of meat, and yeah, and you get hides easily. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hides you can get, as well as you could extract some poison from it if you wish. I will say you could probably get, since neither of them really got to use much poison, probably like 3 doses of wyvern poison.
Yep, from the scorpion tails they never got a chance to use.
And I can just go ahead and, since I'm not going to make you roll for it, this is basically what the poison will do.
Mm-hmm. Constitution damage never bad. Other than the fact it's Constitution save, but hey, death spirals.
It's one of the better poisons, I have to say.
Yeah. Poisons from creatures are always better than poisons you can get as a character.
Right? Like, I remember I was really excited about that at first during our evil campaign with Halthus, I think his name
And they're
was.
just so terrible.
They're just not great in Pathfinder. Like, they're just really not great. Like, if you want to make a poison focused character in 5th edition, good times. But like,
Yeah.
Second edition, I heard improved
Maybe
it a
if they
little bit.
had a mechanism for like taking this, like siphoning the poison from this, from this wyvern, and then it could be like, okay, you can get really powerful poisons, but you have to go through the battles and like harvest them, right?
I know
Yeah.
I read somewhere that you could concentrate it to take 2 doses to add a +2 to the DC and so on, but
there's like a feat or something for that, if I remember. I got curious and I did a deep dive long ways back.
But keep in mind also, I think Gogmer's the only one that can actually apply poison without risk of infecting yourself with it.
That's the other thing. And it's just a bummer because then it's like, oh, you fight a construct, an ooze, an aberration, or an undead, and half the poisonous animals, and they're all immune. Oh, and plants.
But yeah, as you're harvesting and stuff, I would probably imagine Shalelu would be helping you, being as a ranger and all that. And she would kind of comment that, like, these two are pretty far out from the mountains. They must have been very hungry.
Or driven away by something.
Yes.
I mean, that too. I don't really know what we're expecting there, but I honestly can't imagine it's good. Especially considering one of the places is called Wyvern Mountains.
Yeah. I mean, I have some theories. Hey, Manuel, didn't before we met at Sandpoint, did you say you had something to do with giants?
Indeed, they are my new arch enemy.
Yeah,
Gogmar,
he lost entire tribe.
Yes, they set upon
Traveling
us
tribe.
while I was heading towards Sandpoint, and I was able to fight my way to safety, but everyone else in my, all the rest of my companions fell to them.
And where was this? Because the entire point of the Order of the Black Arrow of this fort that we're going to is they supposed to keep the giants in check.
Does anyone have a map? I might be able to point it out.
I don't have it on my sheet, but I imagine Lucilla definitely has a map.
Yeah. I don't know. He was coming overland from down here in Affix's portrait, so I guess it could have been. What do you think, Richard?
So
Just
you didn't have like exact location when it happened, but you do
Yep.
know it was somewhere in this area before the Ashwoods.
it was
It was
before,
somewhere in the plainlands here.
Yes, I was able. As I escaped, I rushed to these woods because I remember the river there. So it must have been somewhere on these plains.
I look to Shalelu. I'm not familiar per se with where giants are usually found here, but could it be that maybe the order is indisposed and the giants are running rampant, pushing some species out of their natural habitats?
The letter we found did say they were trying to take fort.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm
Yeah.
the assumption I'm running on.
That's most likely the worst case scenario. I mean, giants do happen to come down from the Storval Plateau. You can't stop all of them, but they're not generally organized enough to really mount attacks on like a fort or anything. You just occasionally get like a family group or something coming down. I know the area we're heading towards, Turtleback Ferry, a little bit. I know that they have issues with ogres, I think. But yeah, they're giants, but they're not like the deadliest of ones. They're pretty stupid. So usually dealing with them isn't too hard.
It's not get many of them in Mushfin, but dangerous, yes.
I mean, yeah, anything that big can hit pretty hard. And if I knew what a truck was, I'd say it hits like 3 of them.
Yeah, like bullets in carpeted plains back home.
Well, they also took my treasures, or my coffers, so really, if we could get that back, I can continue my Malthun diplomatic missions.
You hear that, everybody? He has an exit strategy.
Well, giants might not be usually organized, but we have been running into an awful lot of groups that aren't usually organized getting very organized lately. I mean, Goblets is staging multi-staged attacks on Sandpoint, a literal cult of serial killers having an entire legal paperwork trail.
And it's all connected to that star.
The Thessalonian star.
Mm-hmm.
While all this talking is happening, Gogmart looks at Shalelu the way an eagle looks at a baby rabbit.
Yeah, she look at you and like kind of cock her head for a moment, just take a step to the side, but she otherwise wouldn't do anything. But yeah, when you're all talking, she's like, Well, I hope the Black Arrows are okay. They're the best chance we have of finding out anything that's going on up there. And personal issues, I hope that they're okay because I'm still looking for. I believe I mentioned Jakardos to you all.
Yeah, you did.
Probably should explain a little bit more. I mean, we're traveling together and everything, but
Okay.
so he's for all intents and purposes my stepfather. Like she does kind of air quotes.
Mhm.
He was one of my mother's lovers when I was younger, though younger is subjective as he is a human and me and my mother were both elves. But in the past, our village was attacked by a dragon, and in the aftermath, my mother had wound up dead, and Jakardos left and completely deserted me, and I'm curious to know why he just left without saying a word.
Yeah. As I finish cleaning up my tools, it's maybe best we not delay much more then, even if weather turns on us.
Yes. That's why I moved that we take the shorter route through the Sanos forest that we were talking about.
Where did we get to on the world map
I
at this
believe we
point?
were about here.
Yeah, you're a little bit before Wardle.
Hmm. So our original path was to go to Wardle and then follow. This doesn't help that my arrow's blue right now, but then follow the river and then go up this. But I'm saying that we get to Wardle and then we cut through the Sanos.
What do we
Forest.
know about Wardle? Is it like a fishing village or?
Roll me a either a history or a local.
30.
I'll roll a knowledge local, but I won't be able to share the information.
He just caws aggressively.
Not very good at either.
I mean, all pretty good. All of you would know. It's not a new settlement. It's fairly old. It's primarily a trading post of swampers and trappers, trading mostly in funguses and furs. It's not like it's about a population of maybe 600 or so, and other than some trading that they do, there's a single tavern in the town as well as surprising number of brothels. But that's kind of typical for hunters and stuff.
So that is a question, Richard. Does bonded mind work while I'm beast shaped?
I mean, rules as written.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just ask because it describes it as, sending each other nonverbal messages.
Well, it's kind of like when you know someone looking well, you can just exchange eye contact and you get the gist.
Tell you what, if you could describe how a eagle would do sign language, I'll allow it.
With his talons, duh.
Yeah, you.
I was gonna say, think of it like this way: you can, if you know your own personal house cat, you can kind of pick up their mood and emotions just by looking at them, and they don't do complex gestures.
Mm-hmm.
It's a similar deal.
It'd probably imagine how complex what you're trying to get across is. I imagine.
Yeah. So,
I mean,
I want to kill this person is probably very easy.
But yeah, you finish harvesting. Rish's arms are now red from the residue. Probably washed it off in the river.
Just picturing a bonded mind debate, and it's just like JoJo stand battles to normal people.
Of course, that's why I shared the picture.
That's basically how the feat is described. It's great.
Yes.
Yeah. So you see, that's why you get that teamwork feat that you can share with people as an Inquisitor, as a level dip or so. So you can make a JoJo character, and they just share that with their enemy. So they stand there and glare at them, and it's this whole long conversation where everyone else is just like, "Are they just having a staring contest?"
But to be back in character, I generally do think we should go through the Sanos forest then.
It might not be a bad idea. At least see if there's potential boats or some means of water travel.
Yes.
Yeah, but the forest would be probably a little bit faster and more fun.
No, you just want to go with those Fae. I
Yeah.
think a boat would be the safest for our group and expedite our mission.
Okay, could you guys just be cool? Could you just be cool for once? Like, we did a whole murder mystery, and we went to Lord's Manor, and we filled out all the paperwork. Can you just be cool? Just do this for me.
I'm down for Fae Forest.
And
Yeah, we
got you.
can, but I mean, if we want to go for the adventure, that's one thing. But also, going through the cleared out patches would also let me watch from above if we wanted. Not something I could necessarily do if we went through the forest.
I will say, out of character, Lucilla is transparently just wanting to do the interesting path.
I
Let's see
say
what
on the
this-
way back, you can definitely do as you wish, but right now, time is of the essence.
Yeah,
Let's see
and
what this
worst
faster
case-
when we get to Lorville.
Because remember, if we take the boat, we're going upriver, not downriver. You're going counter to the current. So it's safe, but it's not especially speedy.
That's true. Boat trip would probably be better going downstream.
I don't remember it having a very strong current, but we can, of course, see when we get there.
It's a river. Even you don't realize how strong that current is till you're out in the middle of it. It carries you a couple miles while you're just trying to pull your head above the water.
You've had some troubles in the past in the water, haven't you?
In or out of character, are you saying that?
In character.
In character, Scylla,
Yeah.
definitely yes. Out of character, Gombo, I had the good sense to not try to swim out into the middle of the Sacramento River.
Oh, yeah, it definitely depends on the river. I mean, I live
Yeah.
on the Chattahoochee, and
Every time I see the Sacramento River and I see people trying to like tube in there without a life jacket, I'm just like, you're just asking to die, aren't you?
Oh yeah, no, that river, it looks so flat and it looks so slow.
Well, you can
but
see it
it's
churning at the same
Oh
time.
yeah, it is deep, it is rocky, and it is fast. It's,
I live next to a lake, and every couple
Hello?
besides, this lake, it's man-made. I can swim deep into the middle of this lake, and then some high schooler dies in the middle of a lake.
yeah.
Okay. So you all set back off, making your way towards Wardle. It takes about another day or so of travel. So I need another D100 from everybody, or one person, I mean.
I'll do it. Bam.
Okay. And then go ahead and roll me a 1D12.
Pretty close to the middle of the road in both rolls there.
Perfectly average.
Insert your balanced Thanos meme here.
6 kangaroos jump by.
So as you're
until our last game.
Yeah, you're traveling through the day. You eventually do catch sight of about half a dozen wagons making their way opposite you, heading towards you. And you all have been around enough to know that these are clearly Varisian caravan. Generally, like groups of families of Varisians will travel the roads, making trade and just going between towns because they're kind of the gypsies. So, like, very traditional Varisians aren't really accepted at a lot of places because everyone just assumes they're thieves and the like. But you all see them coming, and you see the head rider of the front caravan is this woman who's wearing a very dancer-style outfit with like the coins that are kind of like tied to the bottoms of her shirts and like skirt that goes down to her ankles. So like she looks at you all and kind of waves, and her whole body like jingles.
I'll wave back.
They approach you and like, it's not often we see just a small group of travelers like yourselves. You're making your way to Wardle or beyond?
Beyond, if we can help it.
Try to stay out of the muck. The swamp's vicious right now with all the rains we've been having.
Yeah, I'd imagine. You must be get all over Visaria. Any news that we should know about?
Go ahead and give me the diplomacy.
Absolutely. I figure that's what this skill was for. 27.
She thinks to herself, I'm like, yeah, a little bit. There's just been some talk of a gambling den opened up, all up in Turtleback Ferry. It's a little farther out than we usually travel, but other than that, there's some dark dealings up in Santos Forest. Seems the Fae have gotten all riled up.
Yeah.
Something set them off to where if you go too deep in, the denizens, instead of being light and tricksy, have been very dark and recently deadly, from what I've heard.
Well, that's interesting.
It's only happened for about a week now, but from the news of we had at Wardle, they've been warning hunters from going too deep.
That's interesting. Just yesterday, we ran into some wyverns. That's pretty far south for them.
Yeah, I haven't heard any of them, but I mean, this is this odd weather this early in the season. I imagine it's going to cause all kinds of issues, which your characters would know. It's essentially the beginning of September, and you're having like November rains.
November.
Yeah, I thought Cope would get that.
So what you're saying is it's hard to hold a candle.
Yes. But when she's talking to so, forgive me if this is a brash request, but do any of you happen to have any skills in the divine healing nature?
I got a bit.
Just a few mom and pop tricks, nothing fancy.
Is somebody?
I am part angel.
Oh,
A little here, a little there.
I pinched the bridge of my nose. It's like,
my name is Ilsa. My husband, by the name of Bardo, is usually the one that leads our caravan. But he's recently been ill with a high fever, and our herbal remedies have failed to really alleviate his illness. Not sure if any of you know how to deal with any kind of diseases and such, but if you do, we'd be much obliged.
I look to a fix them.
Let me check.
In
my
and out of
notes.
character, I can only treat hit point wounds.
Yeah.
I'm more of like magical first aid than actual treatment.
Let me check my spell list real quick.
Medical skill or something.
Does a restoration cure disease or no? It looks like it's just.
I don't think so.
Might be able to remove some of the symptoms, like if the disease was doing ability damage, but you wouldn't cure it.
Alright, let me see.
Also, you don't have to have magic. If you have like a decent heal check, you could also attempt to if you wish.
Yeah, I just realized heal's always one of those skills that I know is there, but I never actually read the rules for it. So treating a disease for heal is you just do a skill roll opposed to a disease's save DC.
Yeah. And I don't have too much in the way of magic, perhaps something to help cure some of the ailments he's suffering from, but like we have some experience from the medical arts after dealing with some issues with further south. I could give it a shot.
Yeah, we're welcome for any help. We don't get a lot of trustworthy outsiders, and none of you have tried to accuse us of theft or tried to kill us, so you're about as trustworthy as we usually come across. So.
Yeah, I'll be happy to help.
And she stops the caravan, obviously, since you've been talking, but she opens the flap in the back, and you see her husband's kind of just wrapped up in some furs and stuff, and it looks like he has like just a really bad either like flu or a cold.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look like some kind of like magical like gonna kill him in days thing, but a bad enough flu or cold could kill you.
Just to be clear, it's been a day, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so when she says, you guys didn't try to steal or kill us, Gogmert will go, "You're telling me."
Let's see.
While they're
Sesh.
pouring over that, by the way, Gogmert, it is around a little bit before this that you had gotten basically psychic knowledge from Shriek that traveling bard did make his way to Sandpoint,
Okay. And then
and they
Shriek
are now flying
will
back to you.
catch up with us.
Yeah.
And he will confirm that with everyone else in private, of course. That bard did make his way to Sandpoint.
On our way to like the carriage, I actually speak Viseri. So I just wanted you like perception.
Varisian.
Varisian, sorry.
Yeah.
I speak their language.
Yeah. No, it's
So
fine.
I just want to do a perception if I can hear them talking amongst themselves, because I very much imagine it's one of those things where when they're talking amongst themselves, they use their own language.
Oh yeah. Yeah, go ahead and roll me a perception.
Just see if I pick up on anything. 31.
31.
Rolling hot rocks tonight. Damn.
You hear a couple rumors. Like you hear one of them talking about how there's been some Hell Knights wandering around looking for a fugitive by the name of Samwell that they ran into recently. That from what the way they're talking, you can't imagine that the Hell Knights treated the Parisians very well, because they're using a lot of swears to refer to them and everything.
Yeah, as a Andoranian, I innately am on whatever side the Hell Knights are not on. Because while they are not a Chilaxian institute, they ally with them a lot, and I don't like Chiliacs.
Yeah, and most of the big orders of Hell Knights aren't the nicest people.
Yeah, so I just imagine it's one of those Hell Knights are after someone, knee-jerk reaction, I'm on the other person's side.
While they're trying actual medicine, I'll be setting up outside the cart and doing a little lizard folk blessing of their house and those that dwell within. Not officially cleric, but I put rank in profession shaman, so.
Let me peel some scales off my tail and hang that above your door.
Mm-hmm.
This will keep the bloat flies from eating your eyes when you die.
Mm-hmm.
Swamps are fun.
But yeah, you don't really hear much else in terms of big news. It looks like a lot of them are just kind of talking amongst each other, like just casually between family members and stuff. Excuse me.
Okay, good. At least they're not whispering about these suckers being lured in.
You don't hear any of that.
Yeah, I figured that wasn't the case, but it was worth just keeping.
This is also a very small caravan for Parisians.
Mm-hmm.
It's 5 wagons, but they're like each holding like a family of like 3 to 5.
Yep.
So that's actually not that big for a Parisian caravan.
Mm.
So does anyone want to make a heal check to see if they?
Yeah, Fix will. She'll use one of the uses of the healer's kit, and I guess also go for a gallant inspiration if you guys want to offer it.
Yeah.
But,
and I would
keep himself as a bird so he doesn't alert anybody. But
yeah.
Healing isn't a class skill for me, so I don't think there's anything I could do to assist. Add a character, I just realized there's something I could do to instantly resolve this, but I'm going to wait for the results.
So I'll aid Afixa.
Go ahead and roll then.
Yeah, I can aid her as well.
Okay. Does that give me a +2 from him? Or
Yep.
Okay.
As long as they get a 10. So yep, you get a +4 to your roll from Emmanuel and Gogmert.
All right, so this will be at a +4, and I'll add a 2d8 to it. So 18 plus 2d4, I mean, for Gallant Inspiration. So 21.
25.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Living and growing up at the church in Sandpoint, you've seen all kinds of everyday ailments. This is just a really bad cold. Bad enough to where it's kind of gotten the guy bedridden. Mm-hmm. But you know some like home remedies that you just managed to stash away in your healer's kit for a rainy day and everything. You bring them out. Like it's like stuff like you make a tea out of like ginger root. And then after you brew it, you tell them to chew on the ginger and all that stuff. And you do have some more powerful medicines that kind of help clear him up a little bit in sinus wise. You spent about an hour basically doting over him and everything.
Mm.
And he seems to be able to at least go back to sleep a little bit more comfortably by the time you're done. And the woman thanks you for your assistance and asks if there's anything that they might be able to give you. They don't have much in the way of gold, but if you wish to camp with them, they can regale you by the fireside of stories they know.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm always wishing to collect a few more tales.
Yep. And you camp out there. They kind of make like a ring around a nice fireside with their wagons.
Mm.
Very like a protective little area for them. And they just start regaling you with stories of like legends of like their people and stuff. And they like tell stories of like Fae and their dealings. Does any go ahead and everyone roll me a religion check?
Oh yeah. 30 plus 4 for Thessalonian. Actually, I've also got a bonus for Faye as well. That's involved.
No. So the ones who kind of pick out this, like when they're like, there's a few different people telling stories in different like sections of the campfire area.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Emmanuel, Lucilla, and Reese, you kind of like your ears kind of pick up an older Varisian woman, and she's basically telling scary stories to some of the children. And she's like, Let the great Madame Astari tell you the story. The story of the Black Maga, the scourge of Storval Deep. Cast out from the very womb of Lamashtu herself, she rises during the month of Lamashin every year to hunt down any foolish enough to enter her territory. And you kind of like listen in, and you hear her tell a story of a foolish fisherman succumbed to evil named by the name of Joffrey. A simple man from simple means from Turtleback Ferry. Fisherman by trade, a lazy sort he was, always getting up and never managing to get to Clay Bottom Lake early enough for the best fishing spots. You see some of the kids acting like disinterested and kind of yawning and trying to stroll away before the old lady kind of grabs them and puts them back in to keep telling her story. Talks about Joffrey's wife would scold him for the terrible laziness and his inability to put food on the table. Carrying on for years as his wife's words became more hurtful and piercing. And one spring, Joffrey decided he had enough. He swore to his wife that he was going away and would return with the fattest fish. And then the wife laughed and walked out the door. The woman kind of mimes the laugh as wagging her finger, and then 4 days Joffrey was gone with his wife starting to worry that she had actually finally driven him away. But he returned late the next day with 2 sacks of full, fat, glistening fish. And she was worried he had stolen them, but he just smiled and told her not to fret, just be quiet and cook them a fine meal. And they had the finest meals they had for many a year. Next day, Joffrey took his fish to market, earned enough coin to live comfortably for a week. Fishermen from all over town wondered where he got such fine fish. And he would just tell them that he he would speak with great gusto of his secret high fishing hole. Every day for the next every other day for the next 2 weeks, he would return with 2 sacks full of fat, well-fed fish, and earn plenty of coin at the market. 2 more weeks continued, and the fish were becoming talk of the town. Um, the next week, 2 fishermen waited outside his home early in the morning and followed him discreetly as he left, and followed him towards not just a trail leading away from the lake, but a trail leading toward the Storval Deep. Surely that was not where he was fishing. Legend speaks of the Black Maga, and no one had fished in the deep for decades. But as they watched, he rowed his raft out into the river or the lake and fished his time away, and barely had to even fish as he just stuck a large net into the water and pulled out fish after fish with almost no effort. Over the next couple days, they talked between each other and some other fishermen, and eventually they confronted Joffrey, who offered to share the spoils and lead them onto a weekly fishing trip. And they did. They set out and went onto the raft into the middle of the lake. One of the fishermen, a young man named Gregory, paused before he had set out his raft and thought he saw something out on the lake. Like, she kind of mimes, like, "Did he see it? No, yes, it was there. It was there again." A large tentacle kind of flopped out of the water and broke on the surface a mile away from where they were fishing. He called out to the others, but they chided him as they continued out onto the lake in their raft and began to cast out their nets. But every sign of a ripple, he swore he saw something below the surface as a sign of danger. He could not stay there, and he started to urge them to paddle back to shore. He started pleading with them to follow him, and then he saw a large ripple in the water a few hundred feet behind the others moving near. He pointed and shouted at them to look, and when they turned, they completely fell silent, the color draining from their faces as their mocking tone about his fears silenced, and a burst of water exploded from the lake, tossing their raft upwards. The men flying high in the air, the screams like a trumpet of demon piercing the autumn sky. The creature didn't look possible. A long, thick neck reaching 50 feet into the sky, an enormous head with powerful jaws full of teeth emerged from the water, was a mass of tentacles tipped with wicked barbs. As he just watched the raft and the men drip and fall into the water and be pulled underneath. The way she tells it, you actually see a couple of children kind of like squeamishly start walking away towards their mom. And she's like, "Yes, run, child, run. Warn people to never set foot in the Storval Plateau. Run to your mother." And you see the kids streaming down his faces. This kid like can't be more than maybe 4 or 5 years old. Begins to cry over this story.
Wimp.
Yep.
Lucilla opens up her journal, marks down on a to-do list for Viseria, go to Stormval Deep, underline.
I gotta go for just a second. Gotta take a bio.
No worries. Bathroom break is probably a good time for this, as the night comes to a close after that.
Yep,
I'll be right back.
back.
back. Hello?
I'm here.
Okay. Usually when I get back, everybody's chit-chatting, so I was like,
Oh, sorry. I was eating a little bit between while we were waiting for people to come back.
that's cool.
As am I. Chips and dip.
I had a piece of fish.
I'm back.
Go. So yeah, in other news, I got my sleep apnea mask and everything for sleeping at night.
Nice.
And I gotta say, it's a lot quieter than they used to be. I remember the machine when I was younger. One of my friend's mom had it, and I was every now and then I would be hanging out there late at night, and they would go to the mom would turn on the machine, and it was like the loudest fucking thing. I didn't know how people could sleep with it.
Mm. So it's gotten a lot better now. Quieter too.
Yeah, you barely hear it. You just basically
Nice.
hear a little bit of wind, which is good because I need to start sleeping with it because apparently I stopped breathing 17 times a night.
That's not good.
Well, apparently the doctor said that his worst patient ever would stop breathing 120 times a night.
Oof.
So not that bad yet. Don't
Yeah.
really want to be.
I'm back.
The only dependent thing is since my insurance is covering it, I just have to make sure to use it at least 4 times a night or 4 hours a day. Otherwise, they take it back. So.
Oh shit.
But the good thing is you can.
How
you
do
can
they
also use
monitor
it.
that?
Yeah, I was about to say.
It has its own modem in it now,
Oh,
and
wow.
it actually
Okay.
monitors your sleep cycle.
Oh, that's kind of nice because it could, tell. You can tell if it's helping.
Yep.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean, you can also use it like they say to kind of fill the hours until you get used to sleeping with it. You can also just like if you're on your bed like chilling and watching like TV or something or on your phone or whatever.
So it's not just when you're asleep. Just
yeah, you can do it when you're awake too if you want.
Okay.
And I'm probably going to start doing that a little bit so I can get used to it until I can sleep with it comfortably.
Gotcha.
Because it's kind of hard to sleep with something on your face when you're not used to it.
I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my mother-in-law actually did that. She'd have coughing and congestion from COPD after she'd eat meals, and so she'd use it after meals, and it really helped her.
Yeah, I'm just trying to use it for sleeping and stuff, and I have to have it for trying to get on the gastric program. They want you to have it if you have sleep apnea. So, which I'm trying to get on that now too, and that's once I can actually get on the program fully, that'll be like 6 months at least until I can get the surgery. So, fun stuff.
Baby steps.
Did I tell you guys my wife's going back to college?
No.
Yeah, she's going to be a library tech.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
That's my wife's dream job.
That's her dream job too. That's why she's trying.
I was looking at that, and I'm honestly kind of surprised it takes a college degree, but
It's basically the equivalent of like taking a trade school thing, but in using an actual little college because you only have to take a certain amount of classes. You don't have to go to like a 4-year or something unless you're trying to be like the lead person at the library.
Can you do it like just like a JC?
Oh yeah, she's going to a junior college.
Yeah.
Although because we make such little money, she applies for FAFSA and they're going to give us like $7,000 almost.
Nice that FAFSA's actually giving you something. They didn't give me shit.
Yeah, well, between the two of us, we make less than $30,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
So, fun stuff, I guess. Oh yeah, 2019 taxes. Yeah, and she hadn't worked then, so it was even less. I think it was less than 20 then.
I'm back.
Yo. So yeah, you all, since we're all back now, I believe.
Yep.
You all waken the next day to rather clear skies. The rain that had been kind of drizzling through the last couple days has stopped. You have clear sailing as you make your way towards Wardle, and you do arrive about midday. Wardle being a
left him 10 pounds of the wyvern meat.
yeah. I was gonna say you probably couldn't eat all of that yourself anyway. I mean, I say that, but you're a lizard folk.
Yeah, well, I'd already marked
Are
off
you
10.
sharing with Juan? Are you sharing with Juan, or are y'all gonna fight over it?
I'd already marked off 10 for the group, just because should probably eat it first, since it's fresh meat, even preserved.
You know, it would be weird if it wasn't for a lizard folk eating a giant lizard. Somehow that doesn't seem weird. It's like a bird eating another bird of the exact same species.
Or like, what if a human ate a part of a sphinx? Would that be questionable?
Or like a monkey.
I mean, people eat monkey all the time.
I'm just saying it's still weird.
Oh yeah.
At least to me.
But yeah, anyway, you get to Wardle. It is like right on the cusp of Thanos Forest. It is a town built out of the murky swamp area that is around this river here. It's made up of a lot of wooden boardwalks. You see like half the buildings are kind of tilted sideways a little bit, so they're not exactly level. Partially sinking into the ground here. You do see a couple like, to say that it's a poor quality brothel would kind of be an understatement. You can definitely tell that they're like the kind that have had the same people working there forever, and it shows. And then you see the tavern kind of wedged in between the two brothels that they have in the town, and the tavern is just called the Lean-To. But all in all, there's not actually a whole lot going on in the town of Wardle.
So one of those, if you breathe in the air, you should get tested kind of places.
Kind of.
Well, I'm going to seek out any sort of hide trader and see what I can get for these wyvern hides. After all, no sense lugging them around any further than we have to. Unless someone wants to make something out of them, but...
I'm not a crafter.
Yeah, we'd be stuck here for a while.
I mean, I could probably make a book cover out of it, but that's about it. But I don't think wyvern hides are waterproof enough to make it worth it. Well, I say we top off any supplies that we need, and then we press on through the forest. I mean, don't get me wrong, we could spend the evening here, but I don't think we need to linger in Wardle very long.
So 2 wyvern hides would fetch you 40 gold apiece.
All right, 80 gold.
No, we're not going to haggle with them? Come on. They're roving traders. Yeah, we got to haggle with them. If you guys don't, I'm going to. And if I do, we're probably going to lose money.
Yeah, I got enough praise. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you can roll in praise to see if they're charging you what you think it should be worth.
Exactly.
They're lowballing you a little bit. You could probably get them up there a little bit, but like you could probably haggle with them to get maybe 10 more gold out of each one if you want to make it diplomacy.
I was gonna say, if someone wants to step in, I got a 0 diplomacy.
You can also try to intimidate them. It depends on whether you want to have a repeat business.
I could cast Enhanced Diplomacy on myself and then give someone a bonus if they have a better score.
All I can imagine Gogmer's form of haggling is he goes, all right, 35 gold per hide, and then he pulls out a pliers and rips out a tooth and throws on the counter. Plus that final offer.
Emmanuel can't resist with his profession, economics, and his background and education in trading. He's going to step in and start fast talking the reasons why they should increase their price.
Of course, and I will give him an assist. A very good assist.
The greatest assist.
I am not.
Hey, that would have gotten that. I could have gotten.
Yeah, you see, all you have to do is get 2 more people with 7. Yeah, Emmanuel is very smooth when he wants to be. He winds up fast talking. I'll say you get 55 gold per hide instead of bringing it up to 50. So that's 110 gold total from the sale of the hides.
Mm-hmm. Shinetooth useful in some ways, yes.
Spent many days learning about the coin and trade between goods and services in Balthune. It was really the only thing that I had to listen to that interested me at all. All that talk about science and I don't even know what you call the geography and all that. It was nonsense, but ways to
And
get
the
more
Geneva
money.
Convention. Jesus, I hated that one.
It was, yes, treaties. Who needs to know all the treaties and their dates? They happened. We broke them. But ways
No
to
war
get
has
more
ever
coins.
been won by geography. I could tell you that.
Oh, God. What do you mean, Geneva Convention? Who cares about a bunch of Swiss furries?
Yeah, if you want to do anything to town, let me know. Otherwise, you could choose a direction to head out on.
Also do like
Manuel would pick up some more arrows.
diplomacy. I could talk to some of the fur trappers and stuff that maybe have gone into the Sanos forest recently about the whole news about the Fae.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a diplomacy.
23.
Yeah, you talk to him a little bit, and they say that generally, as long as you don't disturb too much of the nature when you're hunting, you don't have to really deal with too much of the Fae. They have had small communication with a gnome community somewhere in the Sanos Forest by the name of Sipple Rose. They're not exactly sure where it is, but they've seen some of the gnomes come out and communicate. They talk about how the darkness that's been kind of like plaguing it and how it's kind of like been very, like, best way they can describe it is morbid amounts of depression in the Feylands that when you go deeper in seem to be congregated farther north of the Sanos Forest. They do say that they go hunting pretty much all the way around here. Like, if they like, they're describing basically as long as you stay south of Whistledown, generally the hunting's good. The Fae kind of leave you alone, but as you start going more northward, the forest starts looking a bit more bleak. There's you hear one hunter talk about he swears that it looks like the trees are trying to reach out and strangle you in certain spots of it, and there seems to be like a constant like moaning of pain the deeper in you go.
Understood. Alright, guys, we should definitely go through the forest.
Hey.
Listen, the South Grove area, south of Whistledown, is pretty much safe, and that could shave a couple days off taking a slow ferry upriver. Even if we don't go to the more exciting and extremely interesting and probably relevant to what we're investigating northern parts of the forest.
Well, after hearing that story, I'm not too thrilled about getting on the water either.
I mean, let's be clear here. We are going north to investigate a murder cult. Why are you all being squeamish about danger?
Not need bite off more than chew.
Not really need to get bitten at all.
And I am curious what's bothering the Fae in these woods.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fae,
dear Lord, no.
the Fae are an extremely natural, connected to nature, and have very strong emotional magic, so to speak. So if something's upsetting them, that's kind of a sign of something else going on. It's like birds flying away before an earthquake or a hurricane.
Fixel can't put her hand hovering over her shoulder like, shh, not in front of you, Kai.
And so we would be the people that see the birds flying away from the hurricane or the earthquake and travel that direction?
That's what heroes do.
Yeah, if you didn't want to go towards danger, then you should have stayed back in Emmanuel.
Not afraid of danger. Never have done.
Okay, so then you're fine with going into the darker part of the forest.
I didn't say that. We were talking about danger, not the Fae.
Thus far, we do many things should end badly, but didn't. Still, at some point, luck run out.
Oh, it's not luck. You're traveling with me.
Yes, but he's always bigger fish.
Although the last group I was traveling with,
That too.
I thought you'd jump right on that, Kenneth.
Listen, all I'm saying is there's really something to the forest here.
I honestly think the trip up the river would be better, and we can explore the forest on the way back down. You know, when you're coming south, it's always downhill. It's easier to walk through the forest.
You really should have paid attention in that geography class.
See, I learned a little.
That is not how that works, my friend.
Have we any idea what the general wisdom around town as to which would be faster is?
No need to roll for that. Going up the river is usually considered traveling safer, but it does take a little bit longer. You're probably like from Wardle up. You're probably looking to add like 3 or 4 more days to your journey if you even were just to follow the path along the river, because it is going upriver, and with how much rain there's actually a decently sized current, so it's not like smooth sailing.
Mm-hmm.
Selfishly, that would be best for me. I do need to finish up working on these new techniques that I've been training.
Actually, since we're on the trading post, just gonna see if there's any saddles around. I imagine Lady came with a saddle, but is it just like a standard saddle?
Yeah, you just have a standard saddle, and most of the saddles here are very plain, very mundane. This is not like where you're going to find high quality things or like exotic mounted like anything.
Okay.
Like
do they at least have saddlebags I could put on Lady?
Yeah, they have saddlebags, but like any saddles you would find, a lot of them look like they're like someone sold it to the trader and they just put it back for sale.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, well, she'll buy a set of saddlebags for Lady.
Gotcha. No worries then.
So we're going through the forest.
Yes.
Someone go ahead and use a line to draw out the path you're going to go through the forest then.
I mean,
is there any major roads through it, or is it just untamed forest?
It is untamed forest in the Sanos Forest. There is like a small little hunter's trail that goes in a little bit, but it is not generally a well-traveled forest in terms of just people going through it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm gonna give my proposal red line right here.
All the way to the darkest heart.
Now, see, I'm trying to have a reasonable thing. I would like to go all the way up through the forest, but that would probably just slow us down. That's my proposal. Anyone else can counter.
Might not be a bad idea to skirt a little bit closer to the water, just so we have, something to drink.
Landmarks.
Yeah, that too.
You can find drinkable water. And if you just have a good sense of direction, you won't get lost.
And a couple of you do have wayfinders anyway, so that helps.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to not go into the forest.
Good Lord, you put a couple trees together and everyone turns into a bunch of church mice.
It's the trees.
Hey, they're creepy little evil mean things.
They're all such a bunch of posies.
It's the tiny people with mosquito wings that want to drink your blood.
Listen, I have gnome friends, thank you very much. Like,
no,
I don't see how that
I'm not
helps your
racist. My
argument.
best friend's a gnome.
Like I said, I'm probably just as curious as you are. Let's see
gnome
what's...
is.
Listen, okay, look, and I pull out the book about Fae. I got this off of the head serial killer guy, the judge. Like, this is related. Let's just put that out there. This is related. Why would he have a big book of Fae? And the Fae-infested forest is going downhill. Like,
So Fix and Lucilla want to go see the Fae.
Yeah.
Rish and I want to go up the river. He looks at Gogmart.
and Shalelu, she's involved too.
I was just enjoying the bickering. But in my opinion, I would suggest we, like, Lucilla, you have a good proposal, just cutting through what's considered the safer part of the forest. Also, we get to avoid Whistledown, which is notorious for gnomish parties.
Gnomish parties.
You don't want to be part of it, trust me.
I want to do whatever the opposite of what she said.
So that'd be going upriver. So we're, I
We're
guess,
still tied.
at a standoff.
All right. There's only one other voice.
What about you? The bird.
I asked Scrimshaw
Yeah, I was
and
about to
Tangletooth,
point
and
to the bird as well.
Gogmart says, I asked Scrimshaw and Tangletooth, and they agree with me.
Yeah, I imagine you're talking somewhere where it's not too noticeable of you, birds
Probably-
talked.
A drink in the tavern or something
Yeah.
like that. That's kind of shitty.
Which he's been casually drinking over Fix's shoulder anyway.
Yeah. Fix is
Funny
made that
thing,
point.
they sell a liquor called the Bog Grog.
Mhm.
So that's fun.
Mhm.
It sounds like Louisiana.
Mhm. Yeah, it's basically pints full of what is essentially booze that has the alcohol content of vodka.
Yeah.
So
God, I missed this now. Anyway.
yeah, but yeah, the Yukai kind of flies and kind of lands into the middle of the table. He then shapeshifts into a bird-sized version of his humanoid form and just kind of is lounging on the middle of the table.
That's interesting. Didn't know you could do that.
I didn't know you could do that either.
First of all, the way you said that was creepy. I'm a little worried. I think I might turn back into a bird.
Yeah, I would recommend it.
Sorry, your clothes are just so beautiful.
Okay, I've turned back into a bird.
Yeah.
He turned back into a bird, kind of raised my hand, well, I am not very trustful of the Fae. They generally are a little more mischievous than I want to be. I mean, that's saying something. I do have to side with the person I'm kind of bound to and kind of looks over to fix this. So my vote is to go through the forest that Lucilla suggested.
Well,
Fix will give a thumbs up.
it's settled then.
Forest.
Is there
So
anything you think we'd need? I mean, I imagine we probably can't find too much here, but I don't know.
Should we hire more to go through the forest with us?
Why?
It never
We need
hurts
hire
to
anybody.
never hurts to travel with a heavily armored group.
I mean,
I mean,
including the animals, there's like 10 of us.
yeah, and it's kind of Shillelagh chimes in you do know that everyone in this town is essentially a hunter who, and if an actual fight arose with some kind of monstrous creature or heaven forbid a giant, they would literally just run and just take your money.
Yeah. Also,
That's no
wouldn't
good
be
then.
that worried. There's Fae in all the forests back in Andoran, and they only kill 5 lumberjacks annually.
I'm not worried about this.
Real quick. So
Wait,
these
you're
people
fine.
you were traveling with that got mauled by giants, were they just people you hired from a nearby town?
No.
Just slightly farther away town. Well, Rish is defeated and goes to get more alcohol.
No, they were the guards given to me by my Lord General Father, Depardieu, as I left Malthun on my journey, and mostly the caravan I was traveling with, the wagons, all the coffers, the retinue. The guards, they were all destroyed.
You legged it.
I'm sorry, what?
You legged it.
They said you chickened out and ran away.
No, I had a tactical retreat. Outnumbered. It was my only choice.
I mean, don't feel too bad. I'd run away from a bunch of giants too. If I
Oh yeah,
couldn't defend
no,
myself.
that's fine. It's just then everyone else didn't like it.
No. But I could command better from atop the hill, which was a bit of a distance away. And they were all under my command, so I had to have
I
a
think
good strategic view of the battlefield.
I think going through the spooky part of the forest will be good for you, Emmanuel. Formative experience.
It could be. I have not fought in darkened woods.
Mhm.
And you all seem able-bodied, and you take commands very well.
I don't like that. But like my granduncle always says, trauma is just callus forming on your mind.
So provided you guys get decent survival rolls going through the Santos Forest, this will shave off 2 or 3 days from your journey.
Boom. Good call on my part.
So as you set off, I will need a survival check from somebody. Shirley can assist you for this as she's traveled with you.
Got a 12 in it.
Shirley has a plus 10.
Gogmer?
Pretty good one. Let me see.
And I was going to say she'll roll a d20 plus 10.
So I have a 16. So.
You know what? She can't fail a skill check, so she still aids.
Oh, don't forget, Kenneth, that your Wayfinder gives a +2 to survival checks.
It's 14 for the purpose of the navigation.
Oh, nice.
But Gogmart's got a natural 16, so...
Yeah, he's got a plus 16, so as long as
Damn
we
it,
all just
Druid.
ate him.
Yep,
Mhm.
it is kind of his toif.
I just picture like Shirley was helping and Gogmer was like not listening. She's like, this is this way, and then he's like, no, it's this way, and he points the same direction.
Listen, Elf Ranger, you don't know what you're talking about. Do you even taste the moss? Just picks up a rock and licks it.
No, don't lick the evidence at the crime scene.
We're going through a forest, and Godmark's definitely waiting up on you guys. Come on.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Oh yeah, Gogmer is just like no issues, just striding through this forest. You guys have to kind of keep up to him at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Emmanuel and Juan can go through all the underbrush too.
Oh yeah, you have the woodland stride too, don't you?
He does, but his survival is not anywhere as high, so I like to think that he just casually ignores and lets Juan just roll right over the brambles, but doesn't think about where he's going.
Okay, so
Yeah, with Dogmer, I think it's a little bit more acrobatic, or
Yeah, like slipping through.
yeah.
jumping between his mounts as he rides through. So I had a roll from Gombo for a D100, so I need 2 more over the course of the next couple days going through this forest.
Fate
2 more.
terrify me in real life, so I'm not going to participate.
You're great.
And then 1 more.
It's 29.
Yeah. He's either safe or he's waiting for all of them.
44. Means he's a lucky one.
Yes.
Okay. So the next couple days feel rather uneventful in terms of you don't have any like sudden encounters with some beasties or anything. But let me see 1 second. Yeah, during like the second night as you get hunkered down, Afixa, it'd be like during your watch. You're kind of like watching around the forest, and you feel like some trickling of rain starting up again. And whatever, you've been used to it, and this forest is kind of swampy already. With a little bit more rain, and you kind of look, you kind of spend another half hour. You kind of cover. You're in forest brush, so the rain is easy enough to avoid of getting like drenched in it. But then a strike of lightning and the sound of thunder flash. And when you look over where the lightning struck, you swear you see a figure of a man there. And even in this dark, with your dark vision, even though it's farther out than what you would normally see, it looks like a skeletal human with the face of a deer with full antlers going up and like arcing in like a weird spider-like pattern.
Mhm.
And it looks like it was mid-walk, and it kind of stops and kind of like stares over to your group.
That's what we saw on the wall in the dwarf game.
Not quite.
And before you can have really time to react, the lightning and the thunder strikes again, and the figure is gone. And you swear you hear distant weeping.
Fix will go ahead and wake. At least she would wake Lucilla and tell her what she saw and see if she could hear it too. Doesn't want to wake everybody else just up yet, just in case if she's overacting. But what do you think?
Can I hear the weeping?
Roll perception.
I believe her. I'm just curious to see. 17?
17. Listening around,
Mhm.
you do hear what sounds like a bit of weeping. But looking around, you notice that certain plants in the forest seem to be catching the wind, and you listen closer, and it sounds like weeping, but it's really just a trick of the ears in this forest with all the brush and the wind. And you're thinking maybe with the storm picking up, it might have just been a trick of the ears.
Can I give a knowledge test to identify the thing that Fixa described? Because I do have a book that's got a bunch of Fey stuff in it, so I know planes and something else.
It would be planes, yeah.
You know what? I get this ability once per day. I'm just gonna take a 20 on it.
Gotcha. Give me 1 second.
So that would be a 34 total. I always forget I have the ability to take a 20 on a knowledge check once per day. It's a wee bit helpful.
Sorry, I know what this is. I'm just trying to remember the name of it real quick.
Yeah, it sounds like a Leshy from The Witcher, but it probably could be something else.
Sorry, Fey names are weird, so I'm trying to find the exact one I'm thinking of.
It's there. Mostly Celtic.
No, not that one. Okay, yeah, I should have known. In Pathfinder, it is known as a boogeyman.
Yes! Oh man. Boogeyman. They're great. Love them. Love them to bits.
A cruel and mischievous Fey that becomes a boogeyman as punishment or a reward for their actions.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Manifestation of society's willingness to do itself harm.
Oh yeah. All the pieces are coming together, I say out loud, without describing any of that to a Fixa. When I realize what it is, I'm like, all the pieces are coming together.
Everything's coming up, Millhouse.
That's not exactly reassuring, but I would love to hear what you know.
When you were like, well, yes, first off, but let me work around to that. When you were like a little kid, and you wanted to like be out of bed at night or not go to bed on time, did the people who raised you ever like tell you scary stories about like a monster that would grab you if you weren't in bed after the hours?
I think that was largely out of character. Was the beast on the island? Just off Sandpoint?
The Sandpoint Devil.
Yeah. That was largely a Sandpoint Devil that got called up in those instances.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. But you've heard of the stories of like a boogeyman or something, right?
Yeah, they're less common, but yeah, definitely interchangeable with Sandpoint Devil.
Yeah, so boogeymen are definitely real. They are.
What? Emmanuel says,
Emmanuel, who was pretending to be asleep this entire time.
I can see that.
Yeah, they are fae that were either that are especially cruel. They're either rewarded or punished by being turned into essentially a shadowy, stalky being that harvests fear and occasionally eats people. I think. They're essentially the manifestation of society's will to do harm to themselves. Now that makes sense considering that we're kind of been dealing with, murder cults and possibly a casino where some lamias harvesting people's desire for greed and the sins and all that stuff. So if that kind of ambient sort of state of being is manifesting, the forest starting to have a boogeyman or two pop up makes a lot of sense.
But they're more of a symptom and not the cause, right?
It's a chicken or the egg kind of thing.
Ah.
Because like it's one of those things that probably the ambient environment draws them to that area, but then they just kind of like perpetuate it.
Okay.
And that's my read anyway.
Do you think it's something that warrants waking everybody up now, or do you think, we're okay for now?
I mean, I look at them. Does anyone look like they're having like a bad dream or something? Because of the natural 20 out of character, I do know that boogeymen, their stat block, they just do shitty nightmare things, Freddy Krueger style to people. Everyone looks like they're doing
sitting up at you.
It looks like a couple. The cats are kind of sleeping on their back, and it looks like they're kicking, like they're chasing something, but that's just normal for cats.
Where'd you get that safety blanket, Emmanuel?
Always carry your boo-boo.
I keep it under my armor.
Is my emotional armor.
Oh my god, just imagine a masterwork tool that gives you +2 on will saves against fear, and it's just a blanket. That's going in Carrying Crown somewhere. I'll work on that. Anyway. I mean, I'm probably not going to go back to bed at this point, but I got maybe like another day left of the forest. Let's just keep vigilant for him.
Okay.
Next morning, the rain and thunder has now become a full-blown storm again. Luckily, the forest provides some cover, so you're still able to traverse it, but you don't know how long the storm is going to go on again this time, and it is fierce. The wind is blowing. Again, if it wasn't for the tree breaking, Lucilla, you'd practically be lifted off of your seat from your horseback. It is, yeah.
All right. While we're pushing through this storm, unrelated note: does everyone have something that's made out of iron they could use as a weapon?
I got adamantine. That's probably not good enough.
Better than nothing. I mean, not everyone can have a cold iron dagger like me. That's kind of ideal.
Someone else gets one. This was my one thing, guys.
I've got arrows.
Gugmert pulls out his dog slicer.
Yeah. So while
Don't forget, Gogmart has that thing that eliminates DR.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So while we're making our
I
way
think that's
out,
only for golems, though.
Yeah, it's only for golems.
oh yeah,
Oh.
so while we're making our way out of this forest, if any of you start seeing your worst fear possibly imagined come to life, please let us know as quickly as possible. That might be relevant. This is fun. I'm glad we went this way. I say without a single bit of sarcasm.
Mm-hmm.
So by the end of the day, you are able to get to the edge of the forest line.
Mm.
Though the wind and storm has not subsided. And I will say that it'll be very slow going to get through the storm. So if you wish to ride it out, you can. There's no thing preventing you since Lucilla's on horseback. You don't have to worry about trying to walk against the storm as a small creature. And Gogmerd is Gogmer, who can just travel through bad weather because he's a druid.
Well, we waited out the last storm that took 3 days and no complaints.
I mean,
it would be a good time or opportunity to talk out our idea for the manor and all the amazing things we're going to do with it when we get back.
alternatively, Lucilla says with a smile, we could follow the forest edge north.
That's not even an alternative. It's either continue or take shelter.
Yeah, but we're kind of doing both because we're making progress up to the northern direction to get to Turtleback Ferry, but we're just sticking within the forest where we've got more shelter from the storm.
No.
Oh, we've only seen the one boogeyman. Just get over it.
Wait, what?
You were awake. You heard us talking.
I thought that was a joke. I thought y'all were just trying to scare me. They're nothing to be trifled with. The bedtime stories I've heard over the years, they've got to be true, and this is just not something we need to be doing. What does this have? Where is the profit in going after the Fae?
We're not going after the Fae. We're just traveling parallel to them.
No.
We fought a giant, snake person on the top of a clock tower that used despair as a weapon. Tilapia, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Tilapia? I love them.
It's
What?
my family keeps talking to me.
Yeah,
Tilapia the Lamia. I like it.
Future character. Done.
Yep.
Delicious when baked. But I digress.
Oh,
I
so
think we
she's
should
a
stick to the
Starbeater
mission.
user
we need
too,
to
then.
get. Damn it! What's the ranger's name?
Shalelu.
Shalelu. It's in
She's
our
in the
We
character
need to
chart.
make sure Shalelu gets there, checks on her person. We have quests to fulfill.
not saying going all the way, just till the storm subsides.
I mean, you can just say you're afraid. You don't need to make me an excuse.
Yeah.
It's a matter of duty. We said we would do something. Now, Grow Beard Have Varus got our word, and we should stick to it.
You're just drifting farther and farther away from his name.
Although I do
No,
like
it's
calling him
Have
Grow
Beard,
Beard.
Grow Varus.
I
Well.
look forward to 5 sessions from now when he says, we need to go back to Mayor Hasbeard, we'll travel.
Oh, writing that down.
So yeah, just gotta know how you guys are proceeding.
Yeah, I voiced my thoughts.
Thanks, we'll tag along with Lucilla and follow her lead.
Well, who's with me then? If they're going up north into the Fey Forest, Rish, Gogmart, should we continue on our trajectory?
He's take 3 day last time rains came.
Mhm.
He's at least probably one more. Keep going north, I guess, along forest. Yeah.
Well, I've traveled alone before, and I don't want that to befall you, so I will stay with you to protect you all.
I mean, honestly, you're the most scared one out of all of us, and there's nothing stopping a boogeyman from leaving the forest. Or it
I
might just
haven't been
follow you.
afraid. I haven't been afraid of anything in half my life.
Out of character, I'm not even gonna roll a sense motive because I know that's a lie. I feel like that's just the natural one coming out.
If
All
Night
right.
Beast already has scent, it has scent. So, if it smell us, it know where us is. And it was close enough to smell us last night, according to those two.
Mm.
So until the rain lets up, this is what I say our altered path should be. Little orange line there.
And, okay. Unless anyone objects to it.
I object.
Anyone objects enough to where they're not going to do it.
I'd like to think the party's all packed up and starting to walk away, and Emmanuel's sitting there having his quiet temper tantrum, sitting on a stump, arms crossed. I just don't think we should go that way. It's tactically a bad idea. And then it gets real quiet as everybody gets 20 feet away, 30 feet away, 40 feet away. One, this is stupid. We're not going to stay here. We should go with the group.
Yeah, as long as we're near the edges of the forest, we should be good to hunt.
Yep,
Okay,
just
so-
staying just inside this tree line where we got more cover from the rain.
The rain doesn't subside for the first day, and even being inside the forest, it is very bad weather. So I will need fortitude saves from a lot of you as the first day of travel.
Okay. Kazam! 12. It's as good as I can hope for. Not worth the reroll.
I
I've
rolled
only
a
got
4.
2.
Okay. Hold on.
And on the bright side, if I have to fireball something, it's not going to take the entire forest with it.
Did you say we need a fortitude?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Also, Emmanuel.
Hey, +4 against spell-like and supernatural abilities with a Fae.
I got +2 resistance against everything fear related, so.
So I think everyone got above a 10. So for the first day, you're fine. You're a little bit waterlogged and just a bit uncomfortable. But as the first day comes to rest, you do notice that as you progress further into the Santos Forest northward, all animal sounds have completely stopped by this point. You don't hear birds chirping. You don't hear owls hooting during the night. I'm not sure if it's because of the storm being chasing everything inside or what, but it's noticeable at this point.
Mm-hmm.
No frog sounds or anything, huh?
Nope.
Okay, then that's definitely supernatural, because frogs would love this.
Right. Second day, the storm continues. Well, this is technically the third day because you did one day inside the forest already before this. So this
Yep.
third day, need another round of fortitudes from everybody.
Show me the money. Yeah, 12 again.
Okay, this time you needed to get a 12, but since Emmanuel got a natural 1 on a save, Emmanuel, you are now fatigued.
I'm stopping. This is terrible. My armor is wet. My saddlebags are wet. My pants are wet.
Yeah, but it's
And
not
I'm
going to be
pretty
any
sure
better.
if we keep going, my hair is going to get wet.
It's not like it's going to be drier out in the field.
It will be drier in my tent.
Yes,
Especially with
but
the
won't be
campfire.
able to. Yes, won't be able to make fire. He's too wet.
And the good thing about a tent is you can't see the boogeyman coming.
Exactly.
If you can't see it, it's not there. Really don't care. Did I tell you that my hair might get wet?
The entire travel for the last 2 days, he's just been holding his shield above his head.
Mhm.
He's fatigued because that weight on one arm elevated for so
Yes.
long.
I love it.
I would bet my left pinky toe that this weather has something to do with what we're going to investigate, because it's very unseasonal all over the place and people are talking about it. This kind of weather is not going to let up till we get the Turtleback Ferry. Mark my words.
Maybe.
And the longer we let it delay us, the worse it's going to be for us in the long run.
When
Speaking
did you become a
of,
weather person? This is ridiculous. We just sit and we ride out the storm. It was only 3 days last time. It's 2 days so far. One night won't hurt you.
It's been 4 days.
it's been 3 days. But speaking of fourth day, I need another round of fortitude saves.
Here we go. 15. I got it higher.
Mhm.
Okay, everyone manages to not progress down the track. Emmanuel is still fatigued, but the fourth day does subside as you continue on.
If I prepared on the fourth day lesser restoration, I think that cures fatigue.
Yeah, you can get rid of his fatigue with that if you
Okay.
wish.
Yeah, she'll help him out the next day just to. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Doesn't change the weather or
At least
her
it changes
hard-headedness, but it does make the saddle not hurt so bad.
Small blessings, right?
Mm.
So unless we have any changes to what you guys are doing, day 5, I will need another round of fortitude saves as the storm is still not let up.
Must be getting close by now. Ah, poo.
So Rish and Lucilla, you are now fatigued.
Eh.
As the storm has just wore you down a little bit. Like Lucilla, you're managing to hang in there by being mounted for this, but it's just like being hit in the face by just like tornado winds all the time for you right now.
Oh, yeah.
However, Gogmart doesn't even get wet.
Yep. Next day the same as before. We continue on.
How far along have we gotten?
So if you were going to stay through the forest line, you would probably be. Let me draw a little dot. You'd probably be like right around here.
Okay.
Not making good progress with the rain. And his fourth day? Fifth day?
This is 5th day.
Yep.
In the 5th day. But don't listen to me. I'm just a seasoned traveler.
Okay, so what would you have us do, Emmanuel? Stay here in the scary fey part of the forest and hold still and predictable for a few days?
We're on the edge of the forest. According to you, we have nothing to worry about.
I never said that. I just said we could handle it.
I'd pitch a tent. Rest. You don't look great, Lucilla. And Rish, is changing colors.
He's not, the water is cold.
Oh, yeah, on blood.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. That's got to be terrible for.
Maybe we could afford
probably
a
having-
day and
he's probably
a nice
having to eat
fire and
food.
recuperate.
And
I
then
feel like it's the weekend somewhere, right?
I've been prepping endure elements since like the second day, but still.
Oh, yeah. I mean, imagine as like a cold-blooded creature, you just increase your food consumption so your metabolism makes you a little bit warmer. Or am I getting warm-blooded and cold-blooded confused again?
I think it's backwards, yeah. The
Yeah,
rate
I
of
got that
digestion
You
is
just need to sit by
harder.
fire.
Yeah, right, because cold-blooded has to be external. I'm sorry. I did decent at biology. Okay, we can take one day.
Okay, so you hunker down for the 6th day, and yeah, the storm is still growing strong. Very unseasonable storm, yeah, for sure. Even people who don't have a passing familiarity with weather, it's like September. Why is it raining so hard?
Mm.
But it's about the end of the 6th day that it does begin to clear, and by morning of the 7th day, it is clear skies, like blue skies.
Yeah, storm break at least. Doesn't look like thing attack us, so everyone good?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Also, I just got curious and I looked it up. They do have names for each one of the days of the month
Yep.
in DeLorean. September is Ruva. I just didn't know that. That's fun.
Yeah, I actually looked at a calculator, and I remember I mentioned it in Skype, like what the month is you started and what you are now. I'll have to go back and look at it, but
Yeah.
it was interesting. You've actually just technically been adventuring for a month and a half or so.
Hmm. Yeah, that's why I've been keeping track of the days in the dwarf game, because you guys have been a little over half a year on your adventure.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, blue skies, and you were about where that red dot is.
Mhm.
You actually could make your way right towards this direction, and probably in like 3 days get to the Hook Mountain region.
What's the name of this? I can't read the something glens. I can't read that.
The Shimmer Glens.
Shimmer glens. Can I roll anything to know about them?
Roll a knowledge,
Shimmer.
geography, or nature.
I'm higher with nature. 31.
So they're a wetland area found between Sanos Forest and Skull River.
Mm-hmm.
They're well known to being another home from Fey and Feywild, especially where they bordered the Sanos Forest.
Mhm.
And it's been told to, whenever you're going through it, to always stay within sight of the lake. Otherwise, you're prone to getting lost.
Cool.
Which is why usually people go upriver.
I say we cut directly across the field and then follow the river up through the Shimmer Glens.
Sounds good to me. That'd be the fastest way, right?
Probably.
Knowing that Emmanuel doesn't know any of that knowledge.
Yep.
I'm a little disappointed that we didn't find the cause of whatever's disturbing the Fae in this area. But I'm sure that'll come in time if we figure out whatever issues are going on in the area as a whole.
Yeah, I admit I would like to investigate it more myself as well, but we do want to get up to Turtleback Ferry and Hook Mountain, and I think at some point Emmanuel will run out of trousers to brown. So
Emmanuel looks at his trousers, tugs on his sleeve of many garments, and immediately changes clothes.
You know that just changes the appearance, right?
Oh
Yeah.
God, he's been sitting in it like a baby.
He hasn't pooped. He just noticed he had on brown trousers.
Well, that's so that they never know that you do.
Now,
Like,
now
you
they'll
wear
be
red
green.
I was wondering why Juan's armor looked rusty in that area.
Because we traveled 6 days through the rain.
All right, let's get across the fields. That's what I say.
So good news is we can just fast forward through those 3 days because you're out in the open field for most of it. Though when you do get to the Shimmer Glens, you're faced with a problem.
Okay.
The swamplands that make up the Shimmer Glens are too deep for your horse to travel through.
Well, you know what this means, guys.
I wish there was something I could do to help out Lady here. She would kind of just pat Lady on the back, and she would turn into a little figurine as she inadvertently casts Carry Companion.
Either that, or we follow the Shimmer Glens north and then cut through the forest that way. For the river.
Must be bridge somewhere.
Bridge over swampland is hard to find.
Well, no, I think
Not swampland, river.
Yeah, to Turtleback Ferry. Once we cut through the forest there.
Yes, or a ford.
I mean, I'm fine swim, but books
Yeah.
not so much. Other Smutskin not seem like it wet.
Well, I can put the books and stuff in my bag of holding. It would be fine.
Give me
Here's
a
why I
second
get
to
one.
look something up.
He's why I get one. He's much better than old bag.
Oh yeah, I hear you.
Merchants say waterproof, but
Well, there's no law that punishes them for false advertising here in this area, unfortunately. Or Frisia, sorry, I keep doing that.
If we wanted to wait a day for me to change my spells, then I could. So it's the swamp is too deep for the horses to go through.
the horse is now the chess piece or something.
Well, one of them is, but you
Yeah.
all have horses.
I mean, I can let my pony go if people have another plan. I'm not that attached to it. Also,
One
should I have been deducting my rations? I've been forgetting to do that. How many days have we done this session?
6, 7, 8.
Oh, that's a good point.
Probably
12.
minus. Okay, 12. Okay, that's fine. I got 20, so that's still good.
Keep in mind, you also have those wyvern food that the equivalent of like 50 rations or so that you had. So
Okay, I'll just round it up to 10 then. Feels reasonable to me.
Yeah, I figure one way or the other that's gotten eaten.
Well, what's it want to be, people?
I was waiting for Michael to say what he could do. Because a druid might have a nice way for us to power on through.
I'm just going through the spell list right now, looking for what might be. There's a couple of things to get through the swamp. There's lily pad stride if I wanted to prepare that. How many things do we need to get across? Who needs help?
there'd be 4 horses if you want to get the horses through. And then also keep in mind that both
Well, 3
Godmer
because-
and Lucilla would be basically swimming the entire time.
Well,
Fix-
Dogma could shift into something that could better handle that.
I mean, if we're moving the horses, I can literally just sit on the horse.
Yeah, if you can manage to keep the horses going through it, but that's what I'm saying. Like, unless you figure out a way, right now the horses would sink right into it.
Mm-hmm.
Fix could probably ride with me on Juan. Because he has a swim speed. Well, he has a swim, climb, and a walk speed, so I assume he can get through a swamp.
Yeah, it does seem like there should be something on here that should be able to help us. Let's see. We could just let the horses sink, and I can give them an air bubble.
I don't think it's that deep, though. I think it's less about drowning and more about just the thickness of the mud.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be,
Yes.
without his knowledge, I mean, it's just as easy to come up here and
Yeah.
go around the swamp.
Yep. Seems we might as well do that, at least for a day, while Gogmart figures out how to solve the horse problem.
I'm good with that.
So you're going north up the Sanos Forest or next to the Shimmerglens?
Mm-hmm. Right into the area where Lucilla knows that it's the worst for the Fae.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Shimmerglens are also have Fae.
Yes, but it's specifically said they're the worst right here. Hey, in character, I mean, out of character, you're playing your role. We are too.
So yeah, as you continue northward, the sound of animals, even now, is still just completely gone. Though now you all hear the crying of what sounds like a very young woman, and at this point, you can no longer assume that it's a sound made by the wind, as it is very calm right now,
Mm-hmm.
and it is like it seems to be emanating from inside the Shimmerglens.
Can Emmanuel pinpoint where it is?
Not really. It just comes. It's coming from in the Shimmerglens, and it's like not loud, but it's like no matter where you go, you just hear it. You can plug your ears, you still hear it.
Problem with Faye is half time is trap, other time ignoring is trap.
Yep.
Okay, so I found out something that I can do if we want.
Pitch it.
I can prepare level 1. We have 4 horses, right? If I use all my spell slots, I can give them all touch of the sea and give them a swim speed.
How long does that last?
It's only minutes per level. Darn.
I picture us 10 minutes into the swamp. And ice sinks. Well, you
that's a
didn't
good-
tell me it was this deep.
That's a good way for you to get rid of the horses without us.
No, I won't do that to you guys, no matter how much I want to. What is the length of what we're traveling through?
Well, you going up north, you could probably get to the right up here, this area, in like a day and a half, and that looks like it's like judging by your map, it's where the lake meets the river.
Mhm.
So if you're going to cross towards Turtleback there, it'd probably be the best bet.
I say we go for that then, because I mean,
Yeah.
we probably couldn't get across the entire Shimmering Glens on Touch of the Sea, but we could probably ford a river with Touch of the Sea if nothing else.
I'll also prepare just at the beginning of this day to cast. Oh, where is it? I just had it up. Yeah, Nature's paths to find the quickest, easiest, fastest way through the wilderness.
That's a smart call.
Yeah, you're able to do that, so that will make it actually just a full day to get there. So you rest for the night before you head off in the morning. This night, you all during your let's see, actually, someone roll me a 1d6.
I got it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
5.
Okay, so Afixa, it's on your watch. It's a very quiet night, especially with no animal sound in. But nothing really seems too out of the ordinary otherwise. The rest of you, though, you begin to toss and turn in your sleep.
Do it.
I need will saves from all of you.
Good thing I
Including
get a bonus
Fix?
again.
Not Fix, because you're awake during this.
You want me to roll a will save?
If it's fear-based, 20. And also, if it, as a part of an ability, if it was like rounds-based, I get a second save if I don't succeed it, because of a class ability I have, even if I would not normally get a second save.
Okay, so even with the bonus, you all fail.
Okay, so I get my second one then.
It's not rounds, so it just happens with the one save.
Okay.
Or do you get another one regardless?
Let me look at the ability. Because if it's like nightmare or something like that, I would get a second.
It is
save.
nightmare, but it doesn't have rounds for this. It just happens.
If it's versus fear, would they be? What was it?
This is probably them sleeping, so I'm gonna say no. They don't get that bonus from your aura.
Let me see. Live to tell the tale. At second level, once per day, per 2 class levels, a Pathfinder Chronicler can attempt a new saving throw against any ongoing condition against which she failed a saving throw in the previous round, even if the effect is not normally permanent. The ability has no effect on conditions that do not allow saving throws or have instantaneous effects.
This is instantaneous.
Feels like loophole. Cool.
Yeah, it says like if you look, this is the spell nightmare.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm not fighting against you. It's just like, it's more of a I'm criticizing their wording, not your call. Your call is legit. And just
Yep. So you all have nightmarish dreams where you're pinned against a large tree. This is like you're not all together. This is all just you all having a simultaneous dream of the same thing. You're all pinned against a large tree, as 5 skeletal-looking men with different animalistic faces kind of approach you, holding large, like cleaver-looking axes that they kind of like almost like lick it with like these long, like tentacle-like tongues as they begin hacking off your limbs before ending with your severing your head at the neck. You all take 4 points of damage.
Just general.
Yep. You are all fatigued. This is not counting the fix, obviously. And you are unable to regain arcane spells for the next 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You bad?
So I believe that's for bards and, of course,
Bard
wizards.
is arcane.
So just keep that in mind for 24 hours. But you all awaken otherwise pretty uncomfortable, but unharmed for the most part.
No, don't cut that.
I think it is follow us, yes?
Yep. Pretty sure I got whammied last night.
Wait, what?
Yep. The nightmare thing I was talking about. Pretty
I
sure
did-
the boogie got us.
I didn't see anything. I was keeping watch all night.
Probably got range on it.
But we aren't even in the forest.
It doesn't have that kind of rules.
He says as we're in the forest waiting to cross the river.
I would just say you do. I imagine after some talk about the nightmares, you do continue on your walk as you're probably a walk and talk thing.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yep. So you do eventually catch sight of a path, actually. And you make your way, and I imagine you follow the path as it becomes actually like a dirt road.
Yeah, because it's either a legitimate thing or it's a fake trick. Either way, Lucilla's all in for it. So
You follow the road, and eventually comes into a long stretch of what looks like almost like dock work, making a path across the Shimmer Glens.
Mm.
And you can see it stretches out for quite a while. I will actually take you into the next map.
is this like up here?
It is like a pathway that is made out of like a pier, essentially.
Okay, no, okay.
It's like a long walkway road.
Okay, yeah. Okay, then this map answers my question. Yeah. Now I was wondering where. Sorry, I said
Like
up
a
here.
boardwalk.
A pier. Yeah, I was just wondering where we were on the big map, but then we pulled to this one, and now I see it, so we're good.
More zoomed in version of the Hook Mountain region. You can see that this walkway is definitely a man-made path, but it stretches on for quite a few miles, and you see a very faint sign of housing in the distance.
Yeah, at least we've made it back to civilization.
And yeah, this would be most of your day. You'd probably be, if you wanted to, you could probably cross this path and get to the town there by the end of the day.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see here. Oh,
Yeah.
like 10 miles. That's
Yeah.
pretty quick.
So you have to imagine 10 miles of a wooden walkway built on top of a swamp is pretty impressive.
Oh, very much so.
It doesn't look like it's 100% maintained and everything. So there are parts that look like there's some missing planks and stuff, but the sheer size of it means they really wanted to have this built.
Oh yeah. I was just curious about distances and stuff like that. 'Cause, I mean, IRL, I can cover about 3 miles in an hour, so on horseback, probably it's going to be no problem at all.
But you arrive at the town with a small sign that has the words painted on it, known as Bitter Hollow. It's a very tiny town, and when I say town, it's not even a full-blown town. It's You see maybe half a dozen houses and a trading post / inn known as the Gator's Nest.
Nice.
Inside, yeah, it is literally just what I said. It's an inn with a couple rooms with a attached like trading post on the inside with a guy kind of behind a bar / cashier's area.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of nods at you. He's like, second I thought you were some gnomes, but apparently you're just some travelers that are coming from the Sanos Forest. That's odd. Well, I'm not one to turn away customers. Yeah, I heard not. Stories of the forest aren't the most pleasant of sounding things right now. Well, come get warm by the fire. We'll get you a drink. Maybe if you want to buy some stuff, we got some stuff for sale.
Sounds good to me.
And yeah, it's just your run-of-the-mill grog kind of liquor. Yeah, he does have 2 rooms that, surprise, surprise, do not have any people staying in them right now. So, he basically rents them out to you for $1 a piece each. It's very cheap.
I can just drop one of my gold pieces, and I can cover probably all of our expenses for our stay here.
Oh yeah, that and more so probably.
Yeah, I was including food and drink there. So.
Oh yeah, he looks at the gold piece like, I don't think I've seen one of these in like a month. Kind of pockets it.
Yeah, I dragged you guys through that forest. I can cover the tab while we're here.
He's good. We should be able to make it to Turtleback Ferry tomorrow, yes?
Yep. And then it's on up north.
With horseback, yeah, you'd be able to get Turtleback Ferry easily.
Do we want to head straight to fort or investigate sign in Turtleback?
Probably investigate Turtleback. So I mean, if anyone else has a different idea.
And to kind of give you a refresher from last session, the request for help that the mayor was talking about did come from Turtleback Ferry.
Yeah, I also know that Shalelu, the person that she was looking for, was at the fort, and I value her feelings more than the mayor.
He already passed.
Yeah, sucker. He clearly doesn't know how capitalism works.
Fantasy capitalism, as we've established.
Actually, fun fact, during those storms, you guys actually would have been able to have a campfire when you slept, because Shalelu has a campfire bead.
Oh, interesting.
So it's magical, so it can produce a campfire even during rain. So fun stuff. Yeah, she actually has some random stuff that if you ever need to borrow, she has a campfire bead, sun rods. Ignore the +1 stuff. I just left that on there to make it easier.
Yeah. If we invest in a pavilion tent, we won't need the magical bead.
Yeah, just hell, any tent. You just strap it up as a tarp over where you're building the fire and you're fine.
A pavilion one specifically big and...
Yeah, those would be much nicer than what I've done.
I mean, not anything, because if you're dealing with wet wood in the area, even if you cover it up with a tarp, you might not be able to light the fire.
Yeah.
But yeah, a restful night you have. There's not really much in the way of beds in the rooms. There's maybe a bed each, but he brings in some padding for the floor for the lot of you that don't want to share. So about as restful as you can expect for a small town like this. But you wake up the next day.
And the private rooms?
He points at the 2 rooms that they're in the building. It's like, there you go.
I know, but for important parties.
Oh yes. Here, take my hand and I'll lead you to it. And he takes you by the hand and takes you in a circle.
Very good, thank you.
And he walks you in a circle and ends you back at the 2 rooms. Congratulations, the private rooms.
We did forget the luggage.
And he walks away.
Well, look, Manuel, looks like you're bunking with Samwise Bigfoot.
Don't mind him. Just that cat snores.
At least he not charge you for tour.
Mm. He's very funny. Should spend his time on getting a better room.
Wow.
Seem like not many people stop here.
You're probably right. I may be the first Malthunian here.
You know, this place is definitely living up to its name with how bitter Emmanuel seems to be getting.
These town seems smaller than even Scytheclaw tribe.
Oh man, I just realized there's a great joke. All the Fae trouble that they're having up here is first world problems. Because in
Yeah, I got it.
Pathfinder, they call it the first world is where the Fae come from.
But yeah, you wake in the morning and you see a younger woman manning the counter when you exit the room.
Is fatigued gone now?
Yes,
Hey.
you're able to regain spells and stuff now too. But yeah, she kind of like motions to you. I was like, "Well, I hope you had a night's rest here, then a comfortable night's rest here." I can't help but noticing your travelers, and she kind of like has like that glint in her eye of someone trying to sell you something.
Travel many places, yes.
Well, you see, we have some trading every now and then with the gnomes of Sanos Forest. They haven't come by in a while, but we have a couple things that if you're interested in buying, I could offer you a good deal on.
Maybe take a look, yes.
She does show off, so like a lot of the stuff she shows off is either like trinkets or knickknacks, or minor like just materials that are maybe masterwork quality. But she does show you a few things. There's a robe, a cloak, and a coil of rope. And she's like, "Now we've tested these out ourselves a couple times, and they're a little fun." And they are a rope of climbing, a cloak of fangs, and a robe of infinite twine. The robe can be used to pull up to 30 feet of twine or 10 feet of hemp rope. And if you use immediate action, you can draw 150 feet of twine or 50 feet of rope, but it gives the robe the broken condition.
What was the other robe?
The other one is a rope of climbing, and then there's a cloak of fangs.
Cloak of Fangs.
The cloak of fangs doesn't give the +1 resistance bonus, but it does let you grow teeth as a swift action to have a primary natural attack that does 1d6 points of damage. And so the price is also lowered by 800, so it's a 2,000 gold cloak.
And if you already have a bite attack, it makes it more damaging.
Increase the damage by 1 step, yeah.
Does that work for the druid?
Yeah, if he activates it before he goes into wild shape, I would say that his bite attacks would have an extra damage die increase.
And actually, I think it's 2 steps for mine. My bite's
I forget you have a bite. Yeah, that.
Still, I don't know if I'd get it either way.
Rope of climbing is interesting, but it's a little too rich for me at the moment.
Yeah. Just she was trying to sell. Yeah. Otherwise, other than that, it's all just mundane goods that you could probably find anywhere that's a small town shop. Yeah, nothing else. You can continue on your way to Turtleback Ferry.
Manuel would restock rations.
Yeah, easy enough to do. They do have those aplenty. Just standard cost.
Oh yeah, isn't that like 2 copper or something per ration?
For gold, like 5 silver.
5 silver per ration? Okay. I'll just buy back up to 15. So. Oh no. I need 6. So Sorry. My brain just suddenly starts sputtering and dying whenever I try to do mental math, and for some reason I keep forgetting that it does that. So hold on a second.
So 20 rations would be 10 gold pieces.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, there it goes. Okay, 3 gold pieces. There we go. I figured it out.
No worries.
See, that's how my brain works, is I forget I'm bad at something until I start doing it, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right.
You're like, oh yeah, that's the shit. I hate that shit.
Yeah. Because you ever have that moment, you're like, man, I haven't done that in forever. Why haven't I done that? And then you're halfway through it, you're like, oh yeah, now I remember.
Yeah, all the time. So yeah, you stock up on whatever basic supplies you need, and set off from Bitter Hollow. I imagine.
Oh yeah.
So 12 miles. That takes you about half a day on horseback to get to Turtleback Ferry. Excuse me. And yeah, as you arrive, I'll actually first switch you a map.
Well, bottoms up could be one of two things.
Well, this is disappointing. The town isn't even shaped like a turtle.
As you enter, you do see a couple people notice you all come in and give you a slightly nervous wave. They you notice like that they seem to be reacting to sudden like noises as you're walking through the town. A little bit more skittishly than what you would expect. Like a dog barking might cause like a woman carrying a pail of water to just suddenly spill it in shock.
This often happens at the site of Emmanuel Depardieu.
Think it is more than just Shine Tooth, yes?
Yeah, oh yeah.
The general sentiment that you've seen as you're walking through the town, you kind of see that people aren't in the best of moods. They look like they're trying to put on a smiley enough face, but they generally have that like malaise of like lingering because they're sad kind of attitude.
Mhm.
You do know that the person who put up the request to the mayor is sorry, name is escaping me.
Yeah.
A leader of the town known as Malin Shreed, who is the mayor slash priest of the town.
Yeah,
Well.
that or some sort of bar seems to be the ideal destination.
There's a Church of Isaero. That's not how that Aristil. That's not how that's pronounced at all. Anyway,
Erastil?
Erastil.
There's a big church-looking building over there. If we want to go meet the guy.
Emmanuel's going to ask the next closest townsperson what that church over there is and where they might find.
Who are you? No, I'm just kidding. They
My name, I'm glad you asked. My name is Emmanuel. Emmanuel Depardieu.
When you just walk up to somebody, they kind of look at you all wide-eyed when you're questioning them. They're like, nice to meet you, Mr. Emmanuel. What do you need?
Well, we've been dispatched to help with some local issues. We're a party from Malthun, your friends in peacekeeping, and we're looking for, and now out of character, I do not remember what you said his name was, the priest and the mayor.
Most of us are not affiliated with the Malthunian government.
Well, I don't know nothing about no Malthuians, but
Good for you.
if you're looking for Mr. Shreed or Father Shreed, Check down at the pier of the Church of Erastil. It functions as our defunct town hall as well. He might be able to fill you in. Sorry, I can't be much help. I'm still trying to unload today's haul. As you notice that you're like talking to a fisherman.
That was a fabulous help. Thank you, sir. And if you're ever confused about Malthun, just think friend, and that's who we are.
Shouldn't you call it Mall Friend then?
I'm just shaking my head no behind.
That could be a good name. We'll take that into consideration.
New propaganda campaign on its way.
As you're all leaving, go ahead and roll me perceptions, by the way.
Could you imagine how freaked out this fisherman would be if they renamed an entire nation because of his weird ass suggestion, and then they brought him in for like a parade? He's all like,
I got work to do, guys.
These fish aren't gonna butcher themselves. Okay, so looking at those rolls, the only one who notices is Rish.
Actually, could Yukai?
Yeah.
Also, okay.
Still only Rish, surprisingly.
Wow.
Yeah, Rish, as you're watching the guy kind of go back to his business, you notice that as he bends down, underneath like the hem of the sleeve of his shirt, like right on the forearm, you see a familiar 7-pointed star tattooed into his arm.
Kind of lean down and whisper into Masilla. He has star on wrist.
You'll have your bond in mind.
Yes, but presumably we're both looking at him.
Yep.
And or other things in the area. So.
Okay. So everything's leading back to the floating casino. That makes sense.
Was supposed to be here, yes?
Probably gonna be swinging around any day now. Wasn't it called what was the name of it called? We got the name from what's his face. Traveler.
It is known as.
Because I see Skull Fairy on the map, but I didn't want to assume.
Sorry, I'm looking for it right now.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
I had hit the wrong button. That's why. It was called the Paradise.
Paradise. That makes sense. Yeah. Well, let's go talk to Shreed first. This place has got some talons in it.
He's plenty of time to investigate. Plus, he probably not know much. If he not actual cultist, but if he cultist, he might follow us, yes?
Yep. Out of character, because Lucilla wouldn't have this touchstone. Definitely getting some Shadow over Innsmouth vibes right now.
Everyone was a deep one.
We're about to get stabbed in our sleep, ladies and gentlemen.
So you make your way to the church. Yeah, the Church of Erastil, number 6 on the map.
Quick, check the priest for gills.
It's a good-sized church for the size of the town. Generally, when you expect any kind of old town, you always see a big church, even if the town's small.
Yep. Classic.
And you see the man he looks to be like a middle-aged priestly man, slightly balding, and he's like, hello, good day to you. Welcome to our fine Church of Erastil. How may I help you? My name is Malin Shreed. I am the father here, as well as the de facto mayor of the town.
I punch Emmanuel on the leg.
Father Shreed, may Arestil's blessing be with you.
Yes, and with you, sir. I see you wield a weapon as deserving of our deity. Kind of motions to your bow.
And out of character, Arestil's a male, isn't it? I always think of it as a female.
I believe so.
Yeah, it's always what I don't think it is. Yes, in Malthun, we allow various and open religions, but those of us who have chosen Erastil have been blessed and cannot complain.
Indeed, old Deadeye sets his gaze upon the worthy.
Indeed. Perhaps you could help us a little bit. We've been sent here to investigate some of the local troubles.
Oh, did Magnamar finally send somebody? He looks up a little excitedly, like.
Indeed, they did. My name is Emmanuel Depardieu of Malthun, and these are my companions. We've been sent here by Halfbeard Grobaris of Magnamar, and here to really ferret out what your troubles have been.
Yes. Please come sit. And he requests one of the. I hesitate to say altar boys because certain connotations, but essentially it's an altar boy.
Yeah, that joke I've gotten real tired of from people.
Yeah, me too. I was an altar boy, man.
It's like every comedy movie or someone who's trying to make a dark, edgy story with a priest, and that's always the priest's thing. It's like, oh my god, like come on.
I mean, I'm from a Protestant background, and we called them altar boys. We lit the little candle before the service. That was it, and then sat behind the choir.
Yeah.
Yes, he has one of them fetch some tea for you all. But he's like, yes. So I sent requests several weeks ago, and bordering on almost a month now, by messenger pigeon, no less. We have some concerns over Fort Rannoch. Normally, they come and buy supplies every 2 weeks, and generally on the Rangers' days off, we have them come and spend time here in the town. Till recently, they were coming to barter at the Paradise Barge, and you see them kind of do like the prayer motion.
Mm-hmm.
But the last month or so, we haven't seen any sign of them, and we sent a couple people to go check on them 2 weeks back, and we haven't heard back from the people we sent up there. So we honestly fear the worst.
Oh yeah, if it's the pattern, all right.
That sounds good, definitely.
And we don't really have any men or women of fighting material in town, so we rely on Magnamar to send aid when we need it. And forgive my wording, but that mayor is just darn slow at his job, I swear.
Oh no, definitely.
Only really send us because we find thing that maybe incentivize him.
Well, yeah, I mean, and to top all other matters, you've heard. Well, you heard me talk about. Have you heard of what happened to the Paradise?
No.
No.
Yeah, it recently sank. Maybe a week back now. Sank to the bottom of the Clay Bottom Lake.
That maybe explain why people all look sad.
Yes. I wish I could say that my flock didn't get tempted by such ill gains, but many of them partook in the decadent lifestyle that the Paradise offered at surprisingly cheap rates. And I guess I shouldn't fault them on it. They are human after all, but be that as it may, I didn't wish to see it go down like that and lose as many men and women that it did.
Was it a fire?
No, as far as we could tell, there was a late fisherman pulling in late at night that night, and he started to see all the lights of the barge go out as it began to sink. We wouldn't have even known had it not been for that that it had sunk. We would have just figured it maybe moved on. It had been here for quite a while after all. But
And what was the name of that fisherman?
He doesn't give me a name. Floyd Mayweather. No. Old Floyd down by such and such. He was pulling in and saw that, and she describes that it just had pulled out from the pier to be around the middle of the lake, as it does sometimes, to basically give people their privacy as they gamble and otherwise, with air quotes.
Mm.
But during the night, it had just one end had started dipping and it sunk. Lost about 24 people. And with a town as small as ours, every loss is just crippling at times.
Don't mind me asking. Folks out there seem pretty jumpy. I mean, I understand based upon this news why they're sad, but they act like they're expecting to be struck by lightning any moment.
Oh, well, I haven't really listened into it, but there's been all sorts of rumors going around. You have to talk to them, but the loss of the paradise has been a real hit to the town, as well as the death of all the people. The severe storms we've been having recently have ruined several fields of crops, to the point where winter's going to be rather hard. And there's been all sorts of rumors lately of dangers in the general region.
Well, we can go take a look at the fort, check up on that.
Actually, we've been looking for a friend of mine. Tallish, long, platinum, almost white hair. Goes by Noalia.
The name doesn't sound familiar, and I don't think I've met anyone here with platinum hair that isn't just elderly.
Okay. I heard she was up in this area somewhere, so thank you.
Far across the midriff?
Yeah, thanks. Like, no, it doesn't ring a bell. I mean, that's a very distinct look, I have to say.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing you're going to tell me is she has some devil hand.
That'd be absurd.
Note to self: don't reveal the devil hand.
I kick Emmanuel underneath the table.
Well, Father, thank you for your time. I think we will. Is there a place you recommend us bedding down for the night before we head up to the fort?
He thinks like, oh yes. And he's like, the Turtles Parlor is the inn. The tavern is next door. That's called the Bottoms Up. Either of them should be able to house you. Well, the inn should be able to house you, but if you need a drink, Bottoms Up is probably the place to be. We have some general goods if you need for your travels. I don't know really what else I can offer you. If you need any healing, I do have some moderate amounts of magic at my disposal to help you.
Well, thank
Free
you
of
very
charge,
much.
of course.
Thank you very much. Your friends from Malthune are here to help, and we will soon report back with what we find at the fort.
I am obliged to inform you that the vast majority of us are not affiliated with the Malthune government.
Well, I can't say I know where that is, but I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But at this point, I'm thankful for any help.
2 of us are associated with the Pathfinder Society, if that does anything for you.
I mean, I've heard of them. Aren't they just a bunch of roaming vigilantes or something? I don't know. We don't really get many of them around here.
Murder hobos.
I don't think it'd make them feel better if I told them who I'm associated with.
To shreds, you say?
Yeah, I'm associated with the Thistletop Goblins. Our general MMO is holding you down and stabbing you in the stomach until you stop. But yeah, when Emmanuel coughs murder hobos, I full force kick him in the thigh again.
Oh, Jesus, little feet hurt. Well, moving on. Bottoms up.
It's the calluses. It's like a mace I wear.
God, monk halfling that just kicks everything.
Yep.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah.
As we're leaving, I'm like, well, this town smells with bad funk to me.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You think is bad sign or just bad luck on part of cult that place burn and sink?
I always think it's a bad sign. That's why I never fall into a trap.
I don't think it actually sunk. Or at least not unintentionally.
Do we have a means to investigate it?
I mean, I've got a swim speed, and in theory, water breathing is a 3rd level druid spell. But
And Juan and I can go down there with you.
You can always you can always get Aboleth's Lung for a cheaper spell. You just have to stay underwater for the rest of the day.
I mean, it sank in the exact center of the deepest part of the lake.
Mm-hmm.
And it did so silently. With no apparent distress or reason for it. That doesn't smell right to me.
But I thought it was a venue of the people who were causing havoc up here.
Exactly.
Yes.
So why would they want to sink their own ship or make it look like it had sunk?
Well, I don't think they wanted it to look like it sunk because it sounded like they saw it by convenience. If I was to hazard a guess, I would say whatever phase of the operation they were using it for, its time was past, and now they were just retiring it.
He's also fortress out of contact for weeks now.
Also, weren't they harvesting souls of greedy people? Maybe they've got all their best customers on the ship, and then they scuttled it and took everyone with them for the mass harvest.
This is true. So if we go investigate, there's probably a good bit of loot there.
Wow. You are first for the boogeyman, now for the greed harvesters. You are just like a beacon of shitstorms, Emmanuel.
I mean, he might have point. Coin not do anyone any good on bottom of the lake.
Indeed. Adventure isn't free, Lucilla. You'll find that out.
But this big lake might have big fish. Also, very close to, on map, place where big thing from story was.
Oh, that's up the mountainside.
Oh, wait, what? That's this lake?
No, it's north past the fort.
Oh.
He's next lake up.
Yep. I personally think we should investigate the forts first. I mean, Shalelu needs to find her. I look at Shalelu, friend. I mean, you told the story, but
she kind of like shrugs, like I'd say father-in-law, but it's kind of iffy when you get to humans and elves and such.
Associate.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Okay, yeah, you need Shalelu wants to find her associate.
Honestly, I'm just hoping he's not dead right now because I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This whole situation is not looking good.
Yeah.
Yes, seemed like if ship is sunk, the fortress is next bet for big area they're holed up.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm with you guys. Like Shalala kind of chimes in. Like I mean, I can probably get us there without any issue in terms of navigation. I mean, we have a general map, and I imagine it'll have a trail to the fort, and I can keep quiet. So if you need to lay low. But as far as if there's trouble there, like you'll have my help if you need it. But I'm not really much of a idea, gal.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Well, as enticing as exploring the bottom of a lake to scavenge a wrecked ship excites me, I think the fort should be our next priority.
Yes. Seem like plan.
So you're staying here for the day and setting out in the morning, or are you going to just set out now?
Yes, there's plenty
Oh,
of time
definitely
left in
stay
the
for
day,
the night.
Marcus.
Yes, a bath is in order.
Uh,
A warm meal.
I mean, I'll go with what you guys want to do, but something on my bones telling me not to stick around.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably only midday.
Yeah. You know,
Nonsense. We need to gather more information and meet the locals. Find what there is to know. And have a good meal and a bath.
Doubt the locals know
It's
much.
been
And
2 weeks. Rish, you stink.
okay, wow.
prestidigitation self
Way to just like
sticks out
come
tongue.
straight at her like that, dick.
This my natural musk.
It's okay. I stink too.
Cast clean prestidigitation on Emmanuel.
That doesn't make
no
the
stink.
statement any less rude, Emmanuel.
There's something to be said for the truth. And he's heading off to Bottoms Up.
At least the meal, I guess.
Undead again.
He was more pliable before he thought him angel and not undead. Still meal at least, I guess.
Yeah.
Then maybe we drag him along.
Yeah, that sounded like you were going to eat Emmanuel.
Yeah.
No
What could
promises.
happen?
He's backup food.
Yes, entire party is emergency rations.
Yay, I've got some of the least amount of meat, which means I'm probably last.
Yes. Be glad I have plus 12 in survival.
That
Yes,
or
right
the
before.
appetizer.
Yes, right before Gogmar.
Yeah, that is very true.
I would say, I imagine with that big head of goblin, they're very less
They're all
meat than you
bone.
expect.
Yeah, I feel like goblins is just all bone.
All bones and gristle.
Yeah, and gristle. Because they're like a snake. They're all stringy muscle.
Although, if you smoke them long enough, they probably turn into good ribs, just the whole body.
Oh man, this is what we should do.
All
Is
off the
we
bone.
should start a hypothetical fantasy race cannibalism podcast.
What do you think we're going to serve at our tavern?
This week we're going to talk about orcs. So how do you think orcs taste? And then how would you prepare orc?
10 ways to prepare orc.
That'll be the start of our games. We'll have the question, the recap, and then discussion
Yep.
on cannibalism.
Fried orc chop.
Or just you wait until the end for the recipe of the week.
I love it. Did you just say orc chops?
Mhm.
That's awesome.
Chicken fried orc.
Anyway.
So I didn't get the general consensus. Are you actually going to stick around, or?
Meal, if nothing else, apparently.
Okay. So yeah, if you're just like eating a meal, probably just swing by the Bottoms Up Tavern. You see a couple. Excuse me. Let me get a drink of water real quick.
What would you call?
Very talkative halfling couple who are just talking to some hunters and fishermen in the tavern. As soon as they see you, they start making small talk. Like, "Hey, come in. How you been? Who are you?" Like, "Wait, why am I asking how you been? I've never even met you. Hi, my name is." And they're like nonstop talking.
I imagine this is a traditional halfling greeting, so I engage, and it probably slowly slips into the we're talking only in halfling, which is
Yeah, it's that
basically
thing.
just
It's that thing
code.
you see in like fiction books and stuff. Sometimes when there's a halfling where the sentence is all strung together with no spaces because they're talking so fast.
Imagine when we walked in, Emmanuel was
Midget.
trying to interject himself into the conversation, but just finally realized that he could not say who he was and let Lucilla take over.
But yeah, they get you a table. They bring you food and drink. It's a pretty active tavern, from what you can tell. There's a bunch of people who are like either in between doing something, like fishermen who came in for the day already, or haven't set out for the midday. There's some hunters. There's some just people from about the town that are all perusing. I know one of you mentioned, but if you did actually wish to try to pick up rumors, this would probably be a place to do it.
I'll do that.
Yeah, me too.
I'll hit it with a diplomacy.
Yeah. And Fix would, yeah.
I agree.
Fix would want to try to keep ears out for Noalia. That's kind of her obsession at this point.
Okay, so each one of you roll me a 1d12, but they all have to be different numbers. So if you both get one, they're the same. The second person to have rolled will just re-roll.
4.
3.
3, 4, 11. So you hear some rumors. You hear a farmer talk. He's like, "Rain's come early this year. I'm gonna flood out my crops if they don't let up soon. Last time it rained this much, this early, we got floods. What were that? 40 some years ago? Turns out there was a witch behind it all. She was trying to turn us all into frogs or something with all that rain." You also hear, I tell you, people have been disappearing lately. Not just them who's been going into the deep woods. I'm talking fishermen, travelers, people just out on the roads. My money's on them growls. Family's got ogre blood in them, and once you got ogre blood in you, you just ain't right. Followed by another person speaking up of, that there dam up north between the Storville Deep and the Skull River is haunted by all those who have drowned hereabouts. Skulls carved on them dam. That damn dam. Let the ghost watch you when you approach.
Wow, I'll have you know, Gogmert is 1/16 ogre.
So, vanishing people, haunted dams, and ogre billies.
It's what gives him his dashing smile.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, as you're all kind of listening for rumors, Gogmert, Chalet Lewis sits next to you.
Oh, this will be good.
She's like, "So, I feel like you have some beef with me." Also, good news, I brought beef, and she kind of holds out a plate.
I was gonna make a beef joke.
He puts away his jerky. Damn it. Next time.
You win this battle.
She's like, "Look, I know who you are. I kind of picked up on that after a few days, and I just gotta say, if it makes you feel any better, like, God, this is gonna sound horrible. I did less damage to the Thistletops than any of the other tribes."
That doesn't
Yeah, makes me feel a lot better.
I mean, yeah, I can't really argue that. That's probably not the best way to open a conversation, but I mean, I got what I got.
Don't worry about it. You know, what goes around comes around. That's what they say.
Yeah, that doesn't make me nervous at all. Well, I was trying to bury the hatchet, but just hope you don't try to bury it in me. I mean, what can I say except for I'm sorry? I mean, to be fair, goblins have tried to attack me and kill me on the road as well, so. Yeah, I'm just digging myself further into a hole. I'm going to go over here, and she kind of motions to the group and walks away. Not the most diplomatic, that one.
Don't worry,
Yeah, so
Godmer.
she's
You
gonna-
don't have to give up.
Come
Griff.
up to me and like,
He's not really a diplomat.
Listen, I wasn't trying to do ethnic cleansing. I just murdered indiscriminately, and they were conveniently and mostly goblins.
yeah, a real consolation there.
I didn't say she was good at it.
Yeah, I know. It's all good.
Gobbert's pretty agreeable for a goblin, but you know it's going to take a little bit more for a goblin serial killer to talk him out of.
Well, that's why
sure.
when we were talking about what virtues, I said temperance and self-control were Gogmert's.
No, yeah.
Because, like, by goblin standards, he's like the icon of composure.
Definitely not greed. Most goblins aren't even particularly greedy.
No,
they just like shiny shit.
Yeah,
I read it was a fan thing, but I read it was a goblin. The most goblin tribes don't have a word for what was it? Don't have a word for
Loot? Money?
No, it was like ownership. The closest
Oh,
thing.
mine.
Oh, yeah.
Possession?
Yeah, possession. The closest thing is greed, which is goblins who just hide things from each other.
Yeah.
So that no one else can use them.
It's like from the Dragonlance setting of D&D, the race Kinders, which are like a cross between gnome and halfling, and are famous for taking things. I read in one book that a family heirloom was any item that stayed in a Kinder's house for more than 4 days.
The real problem is everyone else who doesn't operate by their standard.
Yeah.
You just try to take something and they get mad at you.
Yeah.
And you gotta stab them.
In Kinder Society, you just wander into your neighbor's houses. You're like, oh, that's interesting. And you grab something, you walk out, and everyone does it to each other so they don't get mad. All right. So, we heading out for the fort this day after this meal, or what's going on here?
I believe that's called a
Yes.
faith economy.
I say yes. You know.
Yeah. I said we press on.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I repeat the scene of everyone leaving, and then Emmanuel like, all right.
Well, he did have a good night's sleep last night, and it is midday, so a good meal. He's fine.
I always intended to leave after the meal.
Precisely what I said we should do.
Okay, so you continue on northward. You follow an old road leading up north. About 3 miles in, you eventually get to a old wooden bridge that crosses the river here. You can kind of see it on the map right there.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's a solidly built bridge, and you wander over, and it like the waters are pretty swollen from the rains, and you can see like fish swimming upstream, making their way to probably you imagine a spawning ground. And you cross the bridge about another 10 or 20 minutes. If I could have everyone roll me some perceptions.
Yep.
What do you need us to roll?
Perceptions.
Got it.
30.
I'll be good at this. If I say before I roll a 1. If my character sheet loads, that is. I'm going to reload the page really quick. And the whole thing was just frozen, like I couldn't even exit out of it.
Yeah. Even switching back to Firefox, it still seems like it's taking up way too much RAM to make changes and shit.
There we go. Perception.
Okay, so Reese, Lucilla, Gogmert, you're the ones that hear this. As you're walking, you hear the sound, the howl of a pained animal. Sounds like a large cat. Gogmert, I will say your experience with the sound, it is coming from a fire pelt cougar. It sounds like it's yowling in pain from being wounded. You soon hear the sound of barking dogs from deeper into the woods, accompanied by a low, off-key voice singing a song, being like, "Ooh, I'm gonna eat the kitten. I'm gonna eat it good. I'm gonna eat the kitties. Yum, yum, yum."
Okay, this is an odd experience in a fantasy game. We went north and we somehow ended up like in the bayou.
Told you, ogre bellies.
Yeah.
And who else heard that? Can I tell?
You, Lucilla, and Rish.
Without saying anything to anybody, I guess I'll use bonded
Right.
mind to communicate to everyone that I'm going to go check out what's going on, and then I'm going to stealth. And I'll have fast stealth because of my second level in Unchained Rogue.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'll say, okay, well, I'll back you up stealthily. And I can't keep up with him, so he'll definitely get there first. So I'm going to be stealthing, like, around behind him.
Oh yeah.
So let me try. 24.
That's not bad.
Oh, yeah, +5 because of my Cloak of Elvenkind. So 29. I pull the hood up and I just camouflage in without the pony. Because screw that thing.
Fuck that stupid pony.
Yeah, well,
It's like you grow up as a halfling hearing about all like the stories of kick-ass knights and cavalry charges, and they're like, look, this is what you get to ride. It's like a stunted, fucked up little version of that.
I'll follow behind as well. I don't know. I assume the rest of the party will also follow behind because, hey, where half the party goes.
So if anyone who
What's
wants
going
to make
on?
stealth, anyone who wants to make stealth can.
What? Where are we going?
So Gogmer, you outpace everybody easily. So you don't have to worry about anyone breaking stealth, for at least initially. Because I imagine somebody's going to get a low roll. Actually, no, not bad.
16 is the lowest.
Yeah. So let me bring you over.
Even a fixes roll isn't bad necessarily.
Yeah. So Gogmer, you're the
Sneaky
one that gets
paladin.
there first, followed closely behind by Lucilla as well as the others, closing the gap. Question is, do you give commands for any of the animals to follow, or are they staying back?
I will give them commands to. About how far am I traveling?
I will give you a straight answer right here. You're traveling about 80 to 100 feet in.
Okay. I will give commands to Scrimshaw and Tangletooth to respond to a whistle to come in when they hear that, because they're pretty stealthy, I think. Let me check. But it's still not. Yeah, they have a +10. But
And even
I'm not
moving
sure.
even
I wanna
moving at
risk.
half speed, they should be able to keep up with you.
And then what about Juan?
Yeah, he's riding one, and Juan gets Woodland Stride as well.
Actually, could I have the cats follow Emmanuel and Juan and just have them go behind with everyone else?
Yeah, go ahead and give me an animal handling to try to give them more complex construction.
All right.
That would be guard. He could just tell him to guard him.
Oh yeah, if you have the guard trick.
Let me see. I don't think I do, but I'll have to check their tricks. How are they? Oh, did you bring over the tricks when you? I'll have them on my other sheet. Give me a second. My Mythweaver's one.
I just copied the sheet directly. It should have copied everything. So
I can't see the tricks on there, so I'm just going to open up the one in Mythweaver's and look at what tricks I gave them. Sheets.
yeah, because I had copied it directly from the old sheet, and then I transferred that directly to the new game. So
Yes. Sorry, let me. Oh. I guess it's not on this sheet. Huh.
well, guard is the command to have an animal stay in place and prevent others from approaching.
Oh, defend.
Yeah, probably defend.
Well, either way, I don't think I had given them that. I'll
yeah,
have to
it will be
figure
an
everything
animal
out.
handling.
Pretty sure I know the basic ones, but I just need to calculate how many tricks I have and put the ones I know that I put in there, because I think I had them either on the other sheet or maybe I had them on this one and erase them for some reason.
Yeah, that's fine. We can
Whatever.
you can figure it out before next session. So I'm not worried too much.
Either
But I didn't think you had some of those.
Yeah,
So
I
go
think
ahead and animal handling at the DC 20.
animal handle. All right, here we go. No, +2 on my animal things, but no.
You do have a hero point if you wish to reuse it. You have a couple of them.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just roll again.
Yeah. I just figured you might as well.
There we go.
You're able to give them the complex ordering. They're able to follow behind Emmanuel and Juan, though I will say it's not going to matter too much for your stealth, Emmanuel, but I will have to have Juan roll a stealth as well. Because you're riding on top of a giant snake.
Yep.
I will say I'm not trying to keep with the rest of the group with my stealth, so if Juan biffs it, I would like to argue that I'm
Well,
still
you went ahead with Gogbird, so you're a
Yeah.
little bit like they're. I put them on the map there, but they're technically still
Okay.
like 20 feet away from you.
Okay, cool.
Gotcha. So yeah, Gogbird, you see a fire-pelt cougar caught in a bear trap. It's like kind of struggling against it, and you hear some dogs barking and that strange, like rednecky singing coming from the north. They look like they're going to be. You hear them, and they're pretty close. It looks like they're going to be gaining on this animal pretty quickly.
Okay, it's coming from the north. They can they move through these trees? I don't know.
Yeah, the trees are just like cover from the top. Basically, the centers of the trees, you can kind of see where like the trunks would be. Those ones would be issues, but otherwise.
All right.
Also, give me another animal handling check
All right.
as you're looking at this beast.
23.
Yeah. This really plays into your strength of raising these beasts. This one is clearly well trained enough to be a companion of someone like yourself. Maybe in game terms, like a ranger or a druid of some kind has trained this beast.
All right. Let me look at my spells really quick because I want to save them. Because I definitely don't want to let the dogs win.
So I will say there is going to be a delay of how long the dogs are going to get here. You basically have 3 rounds before the dogs are going to get onto this cat.
Okay. Then I'm going to step up in my first round, right?
Yep.
And with my first round, I step up there, and I'm going to try to. It's in a bear trap.
Yes.
Going to try to disable device.
Go for it.
Got a +13. 22.
22. You are able to free the beast. The trap opens up, and you see it. Like first, it finally realizes that you're the one that did this, and like turns at you with like a snarl. But then it sees that you opened the trap, and it looks at you like almost eagerly. But it looks like it's trying, like it's like like the equivalent of a big cat meowing, which is basically tiny roars. Like it's trying to communicate, but it's not doing a good enough job for it. But it is very hurt. It's like less than 10 hit points in terms of health.
All right.
Very bloodied, essentially.
Got it. Then okay, so that was the first round. I don't know when they're going to catch up, but
That'll be 1 round down. Anyone else who's doing anything, let me know.
I'm just closing the gap.
Yeah, there's 2 more rounds before the dogs will be able to catch up.
Do you want us to do turn order?
Yeah, let me go ahead and bring up the turn order.
Alright.
So we can go ahead and we'll say the 1 round he was doing his thing.
Yeah, I just moved 10 feet is all I did.
One, two, three, four, 5. Yep. Okay, so Afixa, you doing anything for round 2?
Yeah, I'll be using a Divine Bond on my weapon. I'm just trying to figure out which one.
No worries.
We'll do Keen.
And you're at the end of your turn, if you're moving, you'd basically be where you end up on the map right there.
Okay, that works.
Because you're stealthy, and so you're moving slower and all that.
Okay, so yeah, I'll use a Keen on my sword, and use my move to get there.
Okay, so round 2 of the hounds moving forward would happen at this initiative count, but
About how far
you
away
would
are
know
they? Can you tell?
that. Let's see. So their movement speed, they look to be maybe 40 feet out.
Okay. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do.
They're- Like 40, like, sorry. They look about 40 feet off from the edge of this map.
All right.
So on next turn, they'd basically be right here.
Pop a Cure Light Wounds for 11.
Yep. The cat, I assume you're targeting the cat.
Yep. And then I'm going to, I don't know, is it like an animal handling to try and give this thing a command?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to command it to hide. Animal handle. Cross fingers. 12. Okay.
Well, let's see. It does have tricks of its own, so it really just depends on what it's taught, because it will be easier depending on if it actually knows the trick.
Also, I feel like asking a wounded animal to hide for its life is not too far out of the wheelhouse.
Yep. I will say that is enough, because that is one of the tricks that the guy had taught it.
Okay.
So
And
yeah,
then-
it will make a stealth check. I'll say it'll act on your turn for its trying to hide. It's the D20 plus 10. 29. So yeah, it dives into these bushes over here.
All right, Gogmert's gonna just go behind this tree.
Oh yeah, does Gogmert look like Gogmert or the halfling right now?
He probably dropped the halfling disguise at this point. Oh, I still have the dot on me. Let me remove that.
Do I still not have a fucking stealth button in this fucking...
Yeah, if I was a halfling, I would have this on.
Yep.
I'll just put a red dot because I don't have a stealth.
Yes.
I love how it always just seems to hurt Lucilla.
As I said, in character, hate it. Out of
Yeah.
character, love it.
Yep.
Okay, Reesh.
Mm-hmm. So move action. I guess I'll double move while stealthing up to this tree. I can probably see the hounds other than brush and all that.
You can you're starting to see some furs and stuff darting through the forest line. Emmanuel.
Manuel still has no idea what we're chasing unless anybody's told us yet, so he's going to move up here, double move. What are we looking for?
Wait, where'd you move? I still see you on the same spot. Oh, there it goes.
Actually, that's not a double move, just single move, and he's going to draw an arrow, prepare a shot for anything that looks suspicious because he doesn't know what we're doing.
The shrubbery that is Lucilla that you do not know is Lucilla because of the Cloak of Elvenkind says nothing.
Lucilla.
Alright, so apparently I can double move with stealth. I did not know I could do that. I know I just moved at half speed. So I will slowly slink up to there. Keeping the Cloak of Elvenkind hood drawn on around me. So I blend in.
The sound of the singing begins to get louder as you see the trees and brushes that are behind the dogs begin to be violently shook and knocked around as something bigger than a dog is coming through. Afixa.
She's gonna try stealthing. Let me see.
You already have your stealth rolled already, so you have no
Yeah.
way to break it.
So I don't need to take an action to do so.
No.
Okay.
You're
I
already
imagine I still
stealthing.
need to
You can only move, but if you're
move in a
stealth, you only
half
move a
speed,
half.
though.
Yeah.
So she'll go here.
But you can double move for full, basically.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what I did. I think I'll shift here if that's still covered in trees and whatnot.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so on the hound's turn. Despite the picture, they actually look a lot more manged and beaten. The equivalent of if you've seen fight dogs that have been involved, where they're like partially bloody, they're missing chips of ears, or like just looks like they have old scars.
Scar tissue along the snouts, yeah.
Yep, looks like that. But they all get to hear, and they will all make perceptions to try to find things.
Yeah, that's what mine is.
Juan does like a good meal of dog.
One of them spotted us.
Yeah, one of them spotted everybody and smells all of you. The other one of them also smells most of you. And this one was looking right at Afixa. And it's just like growling at you. And so let's see. What's this one? No, I don't like that one. Yeah, I'll go to the classic. Gogmert.
All right. I'm going to launch a euphoric cloud.
These dogs are about to have a good time.
I have to Google this. This is the first time I've ever heard of this spell. Living creatures become fascinated.
And it's in a 20-foot radius, so I will go ahead and draw that on there if you want.
Yep, please do, because the fog cloud will also it's equivalent to fog cloud. It will also move, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh man, you can get pretty much all of them because it's you pick a center square and then you radiate out from that. So
Yep.
I just imagine standing inside this
Yeah,
cloud.
I'll make a token and make an aura for it to make it easier.
Okay. I'll delete this.
I just imagine inside the cloud there's just a lot of Satar music.
You'll need to give me a fortitude save.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm just on the wrong layer for this little thing. Then I'll give permissions for everyone to see. And you said it's a 20-foot radius?
Yep.
Okay, you should all see that.
Yep.
Okay, so 5 fortitude saves.
Fail.
The first one fails terribly.
That just meets it.
So that one passes.
Passes. Passes. Fails.
Yeah, so the two on the edge ironically fail. And so let's see.
And if the hunter's going to walk over here, then he'll have to make one too if he doesn't avoid the cloud.
Yep. Let's see.
And on the one hand, ogre. On the other hand,
Lasts for 1 round per druid level. Gotcha.
Come on, he'll probably just want to huff it.
that's why I said on the one hand, ogre.
Yeah. Man, forget getting the cat or whatever. I'm just gonna sit in this cloud.
Rish, you can't really quite make it out, but there's some tripping dogs out there.
The dog stands up on its hind leg and just starts looking at its front paws.
Row Raggy.
I mean, why do you think Scooby's always hungry when he hangs around Shaggy?
He's the dangst, Fraggy.
Also, unless there's an actual wind, it doesn't blow the fog cloud, so
Mhm.
it's not too windy right now. So you're good.
No one fart.
Wouldn't that just add to the fog cloud? Wait, no, this isn't the stinking cloud.
Hmm. Yeah, I was thinking of dropping Stinking Cloud on them, but
I mean, why not?
yeah.
I mean, they're dogs. I feel like they'd be vulnerable to that if nothing else.
Just drop it on top. Euphoric stinking cloud.
Yeah, why not? Let's go ahead and upcast the DC on this. Wow, I'm not sure what the hell.
Oh, it looks like something went wrong with the macro.
Material component: a rotten egg or cabbage leaves.
Mm-hmm.
I love cabbage, but I do see it's DC 18, so
Yep, so upcast makes that 20.
The first fascinated one is not affected by it. Second one is unaffected.
got some good saves.
Mm-hmm.
Middle one is affected by this.
He's rolling high.
No, I mean, like, they got +8. That's pretty good.
That one passes.
This last one might be in for a. Nah.
No, the two fascinated ones are too fascinated to smell the stink. The only one that smells the stink is the center one, probably because he's in the fucking center radius of the smell. Emmanuel.
The ogre's gonna come in here. Who ate just a lot of snurb and then beefed it?
Of course, it's a dog in the middle.
Yep.
Manuel doesn't really know what's going on. He's gonna move to the tree line there, stay hidden, and just be ready to take a ready-to-action shot
You see a lot of gas.
if something looks like it's gonna hurt us.
Lucilla.
You got any clouds you can throw?
No, I don't. My performance would give away any positions, so instead I am just going to ready action with my sling, pick up a pebble off the ground, to fire a shot at the big thing that I hear stomping through that's coming.
Got it.
It's got 50-foot range, so it shouldn't be too hard for me to wait till optimal positioning.
I just went ahead and I moved the cats next to Emmanuel, if that's all right,
Yeah,
Richard.
you're good. Yeah, you did tell them to follow him, so. Yep. And stomping through, coming out of the brush, right into the middle of the fog that you can't see, you just hear, huh? What? Who did this? Oh. And he's going to make a couple fortitude saves.
He is an ogre, so...
So first fortitude save is against being fascinated by this.
A little small for an ogre.
He's fine.
Probably half over.
Yeah, he's half.
And then against the stinking cloud, he's fine.
Damn, your math rocks.
Yeah, plus 11. It was pretty unlikely anyway.
He's going to use his action to move.
Wait a minute, I get my sling.
Well, not until you leave the fog, because you can't see him really.
All right.
So you'll see him right when he pokes out of here, as he uses his action to dash.
He probably doesn't know where I am, so at least he'll be caught.
He hasn't made a
flat-footed.
perception check, so.
Haha, 18 maximum damage on the sling.
Clunk.
You just like, it's that like movie thing where you see this like fastball like rock going straight for his head, and he just then it like kind of zooms out into like that like comedic like
Yep.
punk. Dun, 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 dun. And he just looks at the rock and then looks over at you. You know, I was gonna eat Kitty, but you look tastier.
And Emmanuel will shoot.
Yep, that's what I was waiting for.
Yep. Emmanuel, let loose the dogs of war.
This guy smells like euphoric, mind blurry stuff, then a fart, and then he stumbles out of that cloud and he just gets pinged in the head by a rock.
So it's only the first attack, but that will hit. And it looks like it hurts him a little bit.
I just love the idea of that because it's like he's just fighting like 11-year-olds from a private school who
Right.
just stink bombed him.
Okay. So this one.
Full toilet paper.
Did you skip my turn?
Oh yeah, I did.
Okay. All right, and at
I
this
do that
point,
sometimes.
no problem. Fix would step out from the underbrush, 5-foot stepping along the way, casting smite upon this guy and just unleashing with both attacks. So let's see how you like this. And then fighting scimitar. Keen is in effect for the sword. Oh shit.
Miss, and miss.
Oh, I forgot to put the smite buff on it, so that would be a +5 to each attack.
Oh. Well, in that case, hit, and hit.
All right. Or do you want me to just re-roll, so it also adds the damage on that?
They'll all still hit, but just go ahead and re-roll to make the damage easier.
Okay.
Because I know you get a bunch of modifiers to the damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so
16, 13.
29, 30, 40. Yeah.
It bypasses all DR.
Then it is the Hound's turn this time. This one can do nothing but run out, and the stinking nauseated will last for another 3 rounds on it, so that's all it can do. 2 of them are fascinated, so they do nothing.
So they do have to make their fort saves for the stink again.
Do they have to start their turn?
Yeah, well, at the start of my turn.
Yeah, because they're going to. The fascinated ones will, yeah. This one is going to. It's not going to see Reach, so it's going to provoke from that, and it's going to provoke from a fix as it tries to flank a fixo for its master.
And she'll take the swing at it.
Yeah,
This is without smite.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Doesn't roll damage, so...
Yeah, when you do it that way, it doesn't roll damage. You have to click the damage separately. So 8 points of damage. The Impaler, flat-footed, because it doesn't see you. That would hit.
Yeah.
So total of 19 points of damage total. But it still does have a bite, and it is going to bite at a Fixa. $17, I imagine, will miss.
That's
Well,
a miss,
19
yep.
with flanking.
Still a miss. My AC is 21.
Yep.
Against the doggo.
This one is going to... Let's see. It's going to run out here. And its movement... What else can it do? Its movement is... So yeah, it's going to go for a fix it too, because you're the only one that's in range, so...
Mm-hmm.
Bite.
21. 21, that's a hit.
So that'll be 12 points of damage, and it is going to try to trip you. That'll trip you.
Yeah.
As it just grabs at your ankle and like twists. If you're doing arrows if someone's doing arrows, I don't know.
I'm measuring to see where to drop the fireball.
Gotcha.
You can switch to hide from others.
Yeah, that's true.
I do like that they added that feature. It's really great for GMs. I just have to let you know.
The what?
The ability when you're the measurement arrow, you can set to hide from others as if you're a DM. It's great because you're like, let me when it's not my turn, measure to see how bad this spell would be without tipping off everyone.
This isn't on the right.
Setting.
Diagonals should be 15, not 10.
Oh yeah, because I didn't change it to Pathfinder compatible. Here we go. That should work.
Yeah. It's trying to find a way to hit the dice.
It automatically, no matter what you do, sets to 5e.
Yeah.
So you have to manually change it to Pathfinder.
Most populous. I think I could be wrong, but I think second edition might have changed it. I don't know.
I'm not sure. Either way.
Won't hit the back 2 dogs, but they're not a problem at the moment. Anyway. Michael is muted if he's.
Not muted anymore.
Yes.
Gogmert Smash. He's gonna transform into a dire ape. And I'll change his.
Every time I make the picture bigger, I see that big old toothy grin of Gogmert.
Mm-hmm. The Gogrilla has arrived. Is that still in action at this level, or?
I believe so.
Yeah, it's still a standard, but I am going to walk into these dogs and chest beat at this half ogre.
Mm-hmm.
Which I can hit from here, by the way.
Yep.
And then the cats, I will have them also move in on these dogs. So they're going to charge. Both attacking this dog.
Okay.
Unless, of course, I kill him. All right. So,
Yeah, I suppose that just changes which two dogs I hit.
Oh, shucks. That one will hit.
and probably not likely that he'll trip, but I'll still roll 16.
Yeah, just not trip.
All right, and then the second cat. These are +2, by the way,
Yeah.
but that's critical fail. So.
Unfortunately, that'll miss. So that does bring it around to Reesh.
Mm-hmm. So from there, yes. From there, I'll hit those two dogs and the ogre. We'll go ahead and upcast this for DC. So that'll be a 23 reflex.
Well, the ogre failed. Yeah, and both the dogs failed.
Yeah.
Makes sense. They're
About
fascinated.
average.
28
One of
fire.
them isn't, but that one's nauseated. But yeah,
So you said the two top ones and then the ogre?
no, that one's 5 feet out. Even if
Okay.
if I scoot it over, it'll hit the cat. And-
Gotcha. Come on,
Okay.
don't you want to hit the cat?
Not especially.
Could have probably moved it better, but whatever.
Okay. Are you staying put or are you moving?
I probably should move away from the dogs and the ogre, but not too far. So there we go. Yeah. Knock the one off for upcasting. All right.
Got it. Emmanuel.
All right. Emmanuel will move up and take a shot. He's within point blank shot, deadly aim. And shoot at that cat twice, or that dog twice.
I was gonna say, please don't shoot at me.
Wow, that was really bad.
And both of those will miss the dog.
Mhm.
So,
Okay, let's see here. So now, so 5-foot step here. I'm gonna give a knowledge roll about the half ogre. I believe humanoids are local. I could be wrong.
yeah, it's local.
All right, so I'll just Shazam 30. I assume gets me everything I need to know.
So yeah, this is what is known as an ogrekin.
Ogre.
So yeah, essentially half ogres.
Mhm.
One thing you do notice now that you're getting a bigger picture of it is, in addition to being a little bit bulbous and his skin looks like it's almost made of leather, it's so thick.
Mhm.
One of his hands is deformed. It ends in just one big thumb.
Hmm.
There is no hand where it should be. It's just literally a giant thumb.
Thumbelina!
No special resistances or anything like that.
Nope, they are generally any ogrekin suffers from some kind of deformity from their half breed with an ogre.
Mhm.
So they're different. Each one has different deformities. This one seems to have a deformed hand and some particular skin,
Gotcha.
which can be sometimes beneficial, sometimes not beneficial.
Gotcha. Thicker skin probably just increases AC. I assume I don't need to do anything for the dogs.
No, they're just dogs.
Okay. I will begin my naturalist bardic performance then as a action.
Gotcha.
So
And
that
what does that
should
increase again?
AC and attack rolls and saves from non-spell abilities. And that should be at a range to affect everyone except for the cat hiding, who I do not care about.
Okay.
So that should be it. Everyone should have it on their buff bar that you already gave them. So they could just tick that and it'll add everything.
The naturalist bardic buff, right?
Yep.
Naturalist bardic buff. Yep.
Yeah.
So Ruckus doesn't know any better about affixes AC, so he's going to go for her. It's going to be a +4 because she's prone, and a +2 from flanking. So these rolls will each have a +6 onto them.
Okay.
So that'll be a 38 and a 27.
38 will hit.
So you take 25 points of damage
Ouch.
as the spear stabs into you and like electrifies you as it zaps you.
Wait, there's electrical damage involved?
Yes.
I think I have electricity resist 5. Let me double check.
If you do, you'll take 3 less.
Where's that?
Yeah, it's DR5, acid, cold, electricity.
Okay. So 3 less.
There you go. And then he is going to step to the side here. And then it'll be your turn.
All right. She'll provoke attack of opportunity as she stands up.
And he's going to try to spear you. That's a natural.
Ooh, that's not good.
That's not a natural 20, but it's a crit potential.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why for some reason the number is wrong on the normal power attack, not the full one. So should be higher regardless. But let's see if it'll confirm. So that would be with a +6 would be a 29.
Nope. Just shy.
Okay, so still though you take 36 points of damage.
Oof.
You can bonus action heal yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I messed up too. So I'm just I messed up on this the couple of these for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
So just treat it as I'll modify it before next attack if he gets another attack.
Okay. Are the dogs going to take text opportunity?
Yeah, they will. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're lower.
Yeah. Is that at a plus?
+2 to that, or no, +6 to that. So that'll be a 32.
That would hit and drop me, but I will go ahead and use Hero's Defiance.
To use lay on hands plus an additional 1d6 hit points.
Yeah.
That might survive. That might make you survive the next attack from the other dog.
Yeah. So that's 46 plus 3.
At least the next other dog probably won't have flanking.
Yeah.
No, it won't have flanking. We'll just hit the +4.
6, come on.
21.
Oh damn.
Nice.
Plus 21 minus 8.
You can't take her down.
And then the other one hits you, or it'll be a 22 for 11 damage.
That'll miss.
Oh yeah, because your the bardic inspiration gives you
Yep.
bonus. Okay, so that's all its attacks of opportunity. So
All right. So then she'll 5-foot step this way. And then I can only get 1 attack on him, so I'll take a swing with that. Actually, I think I'll go
Heal.
Yeah, I'm going to use another lay on hands on myself.
Isn't that just a swift action?
If I didn't use
standard.
Yeah, because I use immediate action for that Hero's Defiance.
Ah, gotcha.
It just means you can't use a swift action if you use an immediate.
Yeah.
Which is hard to track because if you use an immediate the round before, you can't use a swift the next round.
Yeah.
And actually, I think Yukai, seeing how much damage a fix has been taking, is also going to use Lay on Pause on her.
Yep.
I'll blow through basically half of my Lay on Hands for the day, but it's needed.
Use it up.
I was gonna say that guy hit you pretty good.
Oh, Jesus. And my healing just gets worse and worse.
At least you got the 21 for the first one. It was
Yeah.
important.
Right. All right. And that's my turn.
Okay, the hounds go. There are going to be 2 on Scrimshaw and then 1 on a Fixa. So the 2 on Scrimshaw will miss
It's
and miss,
Scrimshaw tough.
and then 1 on a Fixa will miss.
Yep.
And yep, they're just going to stay put, I think. Gogmert, smash.
Nauseated.
All right, I'm going to start with the cats.
Oh wait, one of them wouldn't have been able to attack anyway, so makes sense that they rolled a 9. I forgot about that.
So that can't attack, which means it can't take attacks of opportunity either, can it?
Nope.
Cool.
Though I don't think you can still move. I still don't think you can move through the space without acrobatics.
Probably got enough movement to go around the top of it.
And
Either
get
way,
to
it's
the
probably
cloud
got
if you
enough
want.
acrobatics to make the move. Give me a second.
Move Scrimshaw 5 foot and then Tangletooth 5 foot.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, you're able to get through fine.
I spoke too soon.
Or just continue with Contempt of Dog.
This is the ultimate battle of whether you should vote dog or cat.
Cats versus dogs directed by goblins. And ogres.
And ogres.
Tangletooth's going first. Bite.
That will hit.
And I will roll the trip, though it is not likely to succeed on a quadruped.
Yeah, it doesn't succeed.
All right, then Scrimshaw is going to get all the attacks. Bite.
Hit.
Trip.
Nope.
Claw.
Crit confirm. That one is down.
Oh, I was actually, I should specify beforehand. I moved forward so I could have them both attack this one.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so let me.
Passed out.
So that one gets back. That one loses. It's still up, but it's quite hurt from all those attacks.
Okay. Then Gogmert is going to smash this cat.
This cat?
Yes, that
No,
dog.
not cat. of
That
course.
is a dog.
No, cats, dogs, they look the same.
He's an ape. He doesn't care.
Yeah, come on. I got an ape brain right now. You really gonna give me shit for that?
Honey ape don't give a fuck.
All right. You're going to hit this one with 2 claws.
Wait, apes have claws? I thought they slammed.
They have claws, I believe. I'll check it
Dire
out.
ape apparently might.
I mean, it's just the name of the natural
I
attack
know.
at this point, isn't it?
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter to me either way, but okay. Smack, still up.
And then I will bite the ogre from all the way over here. Because he is in range. Oh, also, he would take a sneak attack for those.
Yeah, he would. The fix is flanking. So that's 1d6 still, right?
Yep.
I didn't think you took accomplice sneak attacker, so yeah, 2 more d6s. Another 7. And then bite the ogre. That will hit.
And that'll be my turn.
Gotcha. Reesh.
Mm-hmm. Well, I shall whip out the Rod of Toppling and target the ogre for an upcast magic missiles.
Let's
So
see,
that makes highest one a 33 on the trip attempt.
And that would have been the only one that succeeds, so he is tripped.
Can't trip him multiple times in a turn, but 16 total damage. Yes, 16 total damage.
Gotcha. If you're moving anywhere, let me know, but otherwise it'll be a manual soon.
Yeah, it is Emmanuel's turn.
Move up and double shot at the doggy. Is he within?
Which one? That one? Yes.
Yes.
Maybe this one.
No, not that one.
Not the dog party. So he's got naturalist, deadly aim, and point blank. And he's gonna double shot.
Those will both hit. And that'll take that one down.
Nice. No
Yeah,
dogs. This party is all pussies and snakes.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that a while ago, and I just wasn't saying anything.
Okay, Lucilla, you're up.
Okay. I probably can't throw my knife at this dog from here, can I?
I mean, you can. It's 15 feet.
Okay.
Why'd you point it at Manuel?
I was checking to make sure if I had to move 5 feet, you would still be in the effect of my 30-foot aura. Goodness gracious, so insecure.
Gotta remember her aura.
I can't throw my
facts and
knife at this
science.
guy.
All right, so I will throw my returning cold iron dagger at that one using deadly aim. I'm pretty sure 28 should do it.
Oh, yeah. 7 points of damage.
Best I can do as it teleports back to me. And
It
I
feels it.
just
That's good damage for a dagger.
Yeah, with no bonuses on it other than just your normal stuff.
yep. Return it as it returns to my hand. I'm just like, let's focus on thinning the pack so that way Thixa can throw down with the ogre can.
And it will provoke as it tries to stand up.
All right, I'll take that swing. This +4.
Oh, yeah.
All right, damage.
So describe your kill.
So imagine it kind of gets up on its hands and knees to stand up, right? At that point, she's going to just see an opportunity to go for an executioner swing and just try to bisect right at the neck.
Yep. As it as it trips from the magic pit, like pushing it down on his back, he gets up and he looks up. He's like, "You all know fun." Cuts right off the head.
Now, what is this weapon he's been using?
And that is his turn because he is dead. Afixa.
All right, 5 foot step over and 2-weapon fighting, starting with this dog and then shifting over if it dies.
Didn't you say I killed that dog?
I thought it was this one.
No, Emmanuel killed that dog. You hit that dog.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said kill. Yeah, no.
Charles Smite.
So you're going for the south one first?
Yeah, south one first. Swift action, I'll go ahead and enter Upsane Shield style. And finds it.
Hit, miss, hit. And that'll kill that one.
Isn't it kind of funny that daggers are such an iconic weapon in fantasy TTRPGs, but they always suck so much shit?
Right. Unless if you're a
Well,
rogue.
that's because you have to be like a rogue where you just add all the d6s.
Yeah, but like even in like 5th edition or this, is like you just use a short sword instead.
I know.
and it's better. I use this because it's returning, and I like that.
It's what's called a hold-out weapon.
Hmm.
This dog is gonna do. Can't run because it's surrounded. It's going to just bite at Scrimshaw and fail horribly.
Nope. Go away.
And Gogmart is going to mercilessly beat this dog to death.
Go for it.
Now here's the question: this is animal on animal violence. So where is PETA factor in?
I don't know, but they make delicious bread.
This is true.
Wait, people for eating tasty animals? They approve.
That's a lot of damage.
You just like rip this like fucking dog apart. Like grab, just pull chunks off of it and then just bite its neck off. Blood flows, and I will say, you guys, since they're on the outskirts, you guys can just easily coup de grace those other two dogs.
Yeah, they're just still up there having a good time.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's a good place to leave off since we're at 8:30 anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. I do want to know what that weapon he's using is.
If you want to just roll me a spellcraft, or someone wants to, I can just tell you what it is.
Oh, I got a bonus to that. Let me help.
Since I imagine you guys are going to search him anyway.
Yeah, I'll just give a bonus.
And it's the only thing he has on him, like in terms of monetary anything. It is a corrosive spear.
That did
Not
lightning damage?
not a corrosive, a shock spear.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, I was gonna say a corrosive spear that does lightning damage. That's very stealthy.
Sorry, no. Old one had a corrosive spear. I just like the idea of a shocking spear better for this.
Yep.
You see, it's
Okay.
a battery acid sphere.
Gogmart will insist on taking this as a trophy.
I just imagine that the ogre can wade into combat. Haha, you will be laid low by my corrosive spear. And then he stabs them and does electrical damage. They're like, oh no, he masterfully deceived us. Ah!
That's
Lord.
the one meme, magical punch. That's a kick. That's what makes it magical.